I see ya. Be careful driving. I'm just looking to see what I can find as far as what's been dropped yet. So please be careful. Mm, so crazy. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Figured they'd be dropping some stuff here shortly. You put in NewsNation from Discord last night, okay? I mean, go look at it. I don't know about you guys, but I did not sleep well at all. Okay. I'll see if I can't pull that out. And thank you. You mods are great. Every one of you. All of you guys are great. You're here till you have to go. All right. I'm going to see if we can share this News Nation from last night while we're waiting on anything to come up today. Give me just a second. I'm thinking of a luxury hotel, believe me. Okay. Nation. Listening to that audio again last night of Larry, that was hard to listen to, honestly. So I didn't sleep very good. Kansas. Hold on, I can't see chat, so give me just a minute because I'm typing this in. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let me make sure I can see chat. And then we'll bring this on. Hey, hey, good to see ya. Man, again, I didn't sleep well. Listening to Larry say she's got to come stay with us, talking about me. I'm so glad that I'm the type of person that likes my own space. I didn't go stay there. A lot of crazy shit was going through my head. This is horrible. Yeah, my heart too. This is in a thousand pieces. This is not good. Ki blanks. Hello, beautiful souls. Rock chalk. Sorry, been in hospital. E. coli. Listen, I had a friend that their 5-year-old daughter died from E. coli. It's been several years ago, but it was from Taco Bell in Newton, Kansas. Got out Sunday. Got to catch up with your lives. Missed you all, mods, chat. Good to see you all. I'm glad you're doing well. Hopefully, you have a full recovery. I got COVID for the first time, and it was 8 weeks of long COVID. But through my mind last night, it just, how can these people do this? And I'm sorry. I am not one that is blaming Tiffany for all this. They're all grown ass adults. They made their own decisions to do this. And I feel like every one of them's equally responsible. But that's my opinion. Like, I'm not letting anybody off that, you know, I'm not letting anybody off that they were influenced by Tiffany because they're grown adults. Rumor has it that Cole has now waived his rights to a preliminary hearing at speedy trial. Now, I know some people reported, not me, but some other people reported that Tiffany had to file guilty to waive a right to a speedy trial and a preliminary. That's just not true. This is not true. That's when you waive a speedy trial and your right to a preliminary hearing. It's because your attorney needs more time to be able to represent you. And your constitutional right is to have a speedy trial. Sometimes that don't work out well because your attorney is not ready. And their attorneys might be waiting to see who turns state's evidence, who says things, to implement everybody else. But just because they waived the right, that is not doing a plea deal. So it's just to give the attorneys something to, some time. Give them some time. What really sucks is when they waive the right to a speedy trial, it can take years. And I hope in this case it does not take years. But I am not one of them guilters that is going to blame Granny for everything. These are all grown ass adults. They made the decision. At any point, they could have backed out. They didn't. And I don't care if Cole knew a day before or he knew months before. He knew. And he chose to keep himself in it and involve himself. So I don't really know what's going on there. It's really frustrating. Rick came in and woke me up. I guess when I did fall asleep, I was actually screaming in my sleep, and it's weird. Um, a lot of things don't usually bother me. It might bother me in my heart, but I mean, it don't set with me to where it bothers me, to where I've, ever had to be woke up because I was screaming. So I really don't even know how much sleep I got last night. I mean, it's really setting in. When I was boots on the ground, it was an adrenaline, to try to find these women. And now, now it's just extremely hard. It's even hard to cover it. And I think playing that audio back again last night of Larry 6 days in, that probably hit me harder last night than it has in a long time. Let's watch this NewsNation report real quick. So, the way I'm understanding is Cole also has waived his right to a speedy trial and his preliminary hearing. So that just leaves Tad, right? Anyway, I haven't seen it officially, but if you have and you know where it's at, let me know. I just read it on our lovely ladies here in our Discord had put it. So, but I am not going to be one of the guilters that is going to blame it all on Granny because all these people were grown ass adults and they made that decision. So let's see here. Any one of those adults had the choice to save lives? Absolutely. They made their choice. Now they have to live with the consequences. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Okay, here's something from last night. I listen. I feel so sorry for the families having to go through this. And the details, man, them are rough.
And he talked about how he had to chase her out of the trailer, that he tackled her while he was trying to tase her. He numbed his own arm. Then he was on top of her. He didn't know what to do. He was starting to, like, his mind was melting down. It was just all a frenzy, and he started stabbing her. He pulled out his knife and started stabbing her. And it turns out that Cora Twombly saw that. She said she saw a motion that he was making of, like, with his arms going up and down. She assumed he was stabbing her. And then as he discussed this, as he talked about it, he said that that Veronica, and this is the thing that just, like, this really was awful, that there was no more blinking, and that the light, that the light came out of her eyes. And he fell to the ground, and he said that Grandma Tiffany, was walking around in a circle laughing. And it was the fullest laugh he'd ever heard. And that's when Veronica's dad screamed out the word bitch about Tiffany. The whole courtroom was sobbing. It got so loud as Paul tried to continue on with his testimony. The judge stopped the proceedings, and he really took control of the courtroom. All the lawyers went up to the bench. Then he asked them to step back. They had a conference really quick. And the judge said, "This is an American courtroom. these defendants are entitled to due process, just as the state is entitled to it. And he cautioned and told everyone that was sobbing. I mean, it really had become a cacophony of just like total grief in there. I've never heard anything like it.
Oh my
And he
gosh.
told them to step outside if they couldn't,
So Allison's in the courtroom? I was in the courtroom yesterday? Because that's Allison. That's interesting. Or she's acting like she was in the courtroom. Why weren't they live yesterday? Just asking.
managed to control themselves, but nobody did leave.
Did they talk at all about motive? I mean, obviously they're pinning this somewhat on Grandma Tiffany, and she seemed like the ringleader from all the reporting that we've done of God's Misfits and of the group. But did they talk at all about why they were convinced by her to do this?
Cora kind of scoffed at the God's Misfits thing, saying that it really was just something Cole said about how they didn't fit in anywhere and that they were God's Misfits. But I'm not convinced about that testimony yet. Yes, there was a motive. They talked about how Tiffany had repeatedly, Paul Grice actually went on and on about this, that she told him she had evidence of the sexual abuse of Veronica's children by her brother. This is something that we had reported earlier, that they had a video where the brother confessed to the sexual abuse, and that Tad had a huge document, 30-page document that he kept locked in a safe at his house, that he said, I never asked to see anything, and that was my mistake. But that it was something that she preyed upon the hate in his heart for having been abused as a child as well, physically is what he alluded to. And that he did it, and he took responsibility for it. But Cora also talked about how it was heartbreaking and that she was sure the abuse was going to continue because the court system had not helped at all, except for having visitation. I mean, there was visitation with somebody, a supervisor. That's what Jillian Kelly was doing there.
So the fact, Allison, that these two have now turned and are testifying what seems like on behalf of the prosecution and telling the whole story of what they say happened. Do we know, there's got to be a deal, right? Like, what's the motivation?
Oh, yeah,
now?
there were two. They both had a deal, and they had to mention it. Paul Grice took a deal so that he wouldn't have to be, he could escape the death penalty. And Cora Twombly has a suspended sentence. She'll serve at least 30 years in court.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to say is this whole thing about Jillian Kelly, it turns out that Grice also killed her, that he killed her in the in the trailer on his way to the burial site, that she looked like she was alive. And Grice said her eyelids were fluttering and that he thought she's going to wake up alive in that freezer and it will be horrifying. So sort of intimating that it was out of pity, he stabbed her in the neck.
Yeah, and I remember, oh my God,
3 times.
I remember seeing the horse trailer. We went out there where they allegedly buried the freezer. I mean, if you can see this land, this is like right out of a horror movie. It's awful. So this was day one of the testimony. What can we? I mean, this is apparently going to go on for 2 more days. What else? It's already all this shocking stuff today. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
Well, I think it was shocking because we saw that different people weren't having preliminary hearings, and we didn't know that the reason Paul Grice's preliminary hearing was he wanted to go solo was because he had turned against everybody. Tomorrow, we're going to hear cross-examination of Paul Grice, so he's going to be somebody's going to, for the other defense attorneys, for the defendants that are in there, Cole and Tad. It's kind of interesting. It looks like Tiffany already declined. She actually waived her right to a preliminary hearing and also a speedy trial. So she didn't sit through today. She was whisked out at the very beginning. Tomorrow, I think we're going to hear about the burial site, and we're going to hear from the owner of that land who leased it to Tad. And we're going to hear about what went down there. And I think it's going to be just as upsetting for the families. I've covered a lot of trials, and I know you have too. I've never seen anything like today.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find NewsNation on your screen. And don't forget
myself out. I'd come back. Anyway, I will say I was able to watch some of Carrie Moody's stuff this morning. The ladies did a really good job of getting a lot more detail. So if you have not went and watched that, it was what I saw of it, what I was able to see of it, was really good. They did a really good job. Hopefully, they was able to get in there today. If I know Carrie, they got there early enough so that they would get in. But none of this is good. Mama lost Rhonda. It's. I was just saying, I had a really hard time sleeping last night. I woke up screaming when I did go to sleep and freaked Rick out. I don't even know what was in my mind, honestly. I really don't know. I think this is what I think, 'cause I don't know. I don't remember what I was when he woke me up. I didn't even know why he was waking me up. So, um, when you first get to that deep sleep, because I was awake most of the night. Mm, I don't know. I think I was thinking about what if I would have went to Larry's and stayed. Would I even be here right now? I don't know. I look back at all the danger that was there. I'd still do it all over again. So, let me shut my door. Weston and Smith looks like they're having a problem with something outside. So, let's see here. When this first happened, I did research on Cole. The way I saw it, Cole had the upper hand in the relationship. I don't believe Cora at all. I don't know that Cora's telling the truth. I hope she is, because with that said, if she's not, the deal on the table's off, and it's perjury. She is testifying under oath. It would be perjury. Hello, hello. Let's see here. Yes, I watched Carrie's this morning, and she did a fantastic job. Great note taking. I agree. They did a wonderful job. From what I saw of it, I was trying to listen to it. I had some things going on. Watched a little bit when I got a chance to sit down. When you're taking a break and you can actually watch it. You guys do that with me. I already know it, and they put a lot into it. Rock, you have put your heart and soul into this case. I really have. The people that think I haven't, this has affected me more than most people know. And last night it really affected me. But also coming from somebody that was looking for two live women. I mean, that was my hope the whole time, was the two live women, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly. And it didn't turn out that way. And now reality's setting in. I don't know. A lot's been said. There's paperwork. There's sealed documents. And I don't know. Do I believe that Granny loved them grandkids? I do. Um, after reading what I read, um, you know, I couldn't hurt somebody innocent, and I feel like Veronica and Jillian was innocent. They're not the ones that did the essay, and I don't know. You say that you'll do anything to protect your kids. It's just, listen. I probably smoked a pack of cigarettes. I am not even gonna lie. My nerves were shot last night. They're still shot. And again, replaying that audio after hearing what Paul and Cora had to say, I really think a lot more people's involved, but that's my own opinion. 6 days in that audio, um, the little 14-year-old kid that was telling me stuff. And I forgot to tell you, he was talking about the skitster too. Yes. Let's see here. Is Wrangler doing okay? Yeah, he's doing okay. He has his days. He really wants his kids back. Um, he loves his mom. He don't agree with what she did. And he also has a new baby. He's got 3 stepkids, and he's got a wife. You know, his troubles have just started, to be honest with you. And it's just like, wow. Yes. As a matter of fact, listen, I could probably watch it and she probably wouldn't care, but I will share the link. I'll even show you how to get to it. But, you know, people do this for money and also views. And it wouldn't be fair for me to show what they did. They wouldn't get that view. But I'll pull it up for you. I'll show you how to get to it. How about that? Oh, I have a lot of faith in Wrangler. I honestly, I talked to him a lot. He didn't know. He didn't know. Okay. Hold on. I'll show you how to get to Carrie's. And I'll share the link in the side here. Okay. Give me just a second. When I share the link, you'll be able to go right to it. So let's see here. Let me add you guys. Okay. Make sure you can see. Yeah, you can see. Just go to Carrie Moody, but I am going to share the link. And they had let me get rid of this, whatever that is. There you go. She's going to go live again 7:30 tonight. I'm going to pause that just so I can share it. And I'm going to copy it. But go back and listen to this if you want. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying I thought they did an awesome job. So there you go. There you go. There it is. Okay. Oh, I absolutely have faith in him. I've listened to him cry. This is horrible. Good morning, girly girl. Here is Carrie Moody's. This is the link to their live last night. If you do want to go watch it. Now, I know, I'm not sure, was Allison there? Because usually NewsNation will go live a lot. Why did they wait so long to go live? And she acts like she was in the courtroom. So I'm really confused about that. Like, really confused. But they said they were going to be there. So we are going to look up KSN and see if anything new has been posted today. I don't think it has. I looked just a minute ago, but I could have turned my TV on, but it would cause a lot of static in the background. Because we have news at 11 and news at noon here. So, has anybody else seen anything other than NewsNation or something that you watched and you think everybody else would really want to see it? Okay, this is up to date. I don't see 2 hours ago, 32 minutes ago, 20 seconds ago. And that's just on the second suspect. Let me see this. We're going to click on it. 2 plea deals reached. This is from last night, but it says it was updated December 18th at 12:09. So we're going to go ahead and watch it. See if there's something new to it. Because that was this 3 minutes ago. If it was updated 3 minutes ago, is there something new? Could be a trigger warning for anybody that is just tuning in. Yesterday was rough to listen to, so it could be very rough to listen to. I don't know if this is something new, but we're going to play it. It says it was updated at 12:09 today, so.
Today, Cole Twombly has waived his right to a preliminary
Hold
hearing
on, let me back
and
it up.
his right. New developments right as we started court today. Cole Twombly has waived his right to a preliminary hearing and his right to a speedy trial. He will appear next in court in May. Now, we did begin this afternoon with cross-examination of Paul Grice by TAD's attorneys. A big topic of discussion was whether or not Paul Grice is taking responsibility for the death of Jillian Kelly. Paul said that he did stab her, but is not admitting to being the one killing her. He said that he can't be for sure that she wasn't dead in the trailer. He said he saw her eyes fluttered and was having a panic attack and then stabbed Jillian Kelly. He said she didn't fight back. Now, Tad's attorney said that per the medical examiner's report, cut wounds from Paul paralyzed her from the neck down, which would be why she wasn't fighting back. She also asked about blood. He said that Jillian did bleed while he was stabbing her, not to the same extent as Veronica Butler. But again, they're arguing back and forth. If Paul Grice is the one that killed her, he said he can't be for sure. And Tad's attorney is arguing that the only wounds on Jillian Kelly are from the knife that Paul Grice had, the same knife that was used to kill Veronica Butler. So again, arguing about that fact back and forth. He also said that some of those facts haunt him, that he's had a hard time sleeping. Another topic of discussion was that he admits to lying in his first two interviews with OSBI. He said that yesterday and today he's telling the truth, but admitted in the first interview he did, he may have been drunk. He said he was drinking a lot around that time. So Paul did finish up his testimony on the stand. He also said he told his wife about the murders after they happened. Tad's attorney asked if there was any type of agreement that his wife wouldn't be charged or have to testify, anything like that. He said there's not been a discussion about that. The only discussion is potentially getting off of the death penalty. He said that's what they have discussed in his plea agreement with the state. Now, right now, we are hearing from Jamie Beasley. He is the property owner where Jillian and Veronica were buried. He's discussing how Tad and Tiffany came to his property the day before, asking to cut down the trees on his property, saying he would bury them, and then as well as a pile of concrete that was in his front yard. He said he didn't know exactly where that hole would be dug to bury those things. He said he had assumed it would be in one area. He didn't imagine it would be where that eventual burial site would be. So again, we're hearing his testimony right now, and we'll bring you the latest throughout the day as we're able to leave court and bring you those updates. Here for you in Guyman, Oklahoma, Julia Thatcher, KSN News 3.
This isn't my first project.
I think there's an oil pipeline goes through.
Let me unmute while I'm just talking to myself. I said, everybody, if you're in here, your heart and soul is probably into this case, and it's rough. But in my opinion, like I said, this is a YouTube channel. I'm not going to say it's for entertainment purposes, but these are mostly my opinions, and my opinion only, and then you guys are able to give your opinions. This is a place where you can talk. One thing I did not like, and hopefully they know, I don't think they know, so, but I don't know why everybody's so worried about where Wrangler's at. I saw that a lot when I did sit down. If you guys actually watched it, I could see where several people were asking where Wrangler's at. Who cares? It's really none of your business where Wrangler's at. I mean, What's the point of wanting to know where he's at? What's that going to change? And I don't understand. Don't understand. But I don't feel like Cora's being honest. But again, I'm not sitting in the courtroom and I'm not looking at her eye to eye. But I don't think she's telling everything. So, I realize that she's saying that she took a deal to keep her CW out of court. But when she took that deal, if she's not being honest and she commits perjury on that stand, guess what? CW will have to go to court. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think about everything that they said that CW said? I don't know. I just think there's a whole lot more. Ostrich says, I watched. I don't read comments. I don't like the ugliness. I just want the information. Yeah, I get it. People screenshotted a lot of stuff to me yesterday from the red glasses guy, and in his comments, and I appreciate you all sticking up for me, but again, they don't pay my bills. They're not my friends, so I don't care what people say about me. Cora's friend even said that's not the Cora she knew, right? Right? This is crazy. Somebody else actually called me and said that Derek, and I think her name's Hope, and I thought Hope and her friend did a really good job last time when they videoed, but I guess they did a live last night, but it's not anything more than you already know. And I'm not going to go watch it. I'll just tell you that. But the person was telling me that they didn't even know who Carrie was when she went up to him. So I don't know. It's none of my business. I just do my own channel, do my own thing, have my own opinions. Nobody's going to persuade my opinions. I'm going to put the truth out there. Good, bad, or indifferent. The truth's going to get out there. And I know I've seen the essay report thanks to the aunt who sent it. So I know the essay happened. Absolutely know the essay happened. And on April 17th, Tiffany's attorney let you know that the essay happened. It wasn't allegations. That he read the reports too. So with that said, and reading what I read, if that happened to my kids, and I just think the state and the courts really dropped the ball on helping Wrangler and Veronica's kids. And I don't know. When I tell what I really think, it seems to upset people. It's not because I'm making blame of what they did seem like it's okay. It's no way okay. But the essay did happen. And there was some incest essay there that happened. So, if you got to kind of put it through your mind, if it was your grandkids and their uncle did things to your grandkids, how far would you go to try to make them safe? Not that this makes this okay. I'm saying 1,000% this is not okay. It's not okay. But when I was boots on the ground, I really didn't get to see. I don't even think I watched the news once, to be honest. I don't think I watched the news. I know I didn't. I didn't watch the news one time while looking for the women. I'm going to play something that y'all already have heard, but if you're new to the channel, you're new to the channel, you might not have heard. So with that said, I think when we're doing a case, it's very, very important that everything is brought to light. You can't just skip over something because it's negative on the family. You got to have all the pieces. You got to know everything that was said and everything that was actually going on. Does that make you think that this is okay, what they did? Absolutely not. What they did is not okay. But also, what happened to the kids is not okay. So we're going to go over that real quick. Give me just a minute. Again, I apologize. Some of you have seen it. You've actually seen this clip. Well, I'm going to play it again. This was April 17th. We are a rock family, that's for sure. This is a place you can go. You can have your own opinions. Unless you just keep in the chat being a dumbass. And sometimes rock don't have room for dumbasses. And I might call you out. No one really knows what they would do until they're in that situation in the moment. Exactly. That's why I want to play this. No news watcher here, news break on my phone. Gotcha, understand. Rock, when I began watching your channel a while ago, I knew immediately you were all in with an honest heart. And you make me want to cry because I am all in. You just tell it like it is. And sometimes it ain't pretty. It has to be said. I agree. Definitely agree. And this part, I came back and said, I have that paperwork. It was sent to me from the aunt. I know it has details in it that are really, really bad. And essays did happen. So let's play this again.
To find out she was.
Okay, this is Tiffany's former attorney. Okay, this is actually April 17th. Okay, that was their first court hearing, and that was the original hearing date that Veronica had. And if you guys remember, that's my birthday. I'd had cataract surgery that day. I had to come back. I was sicker than a dog from breathing in all that dust, and I had cataract surgery scheduled for April 17th that I couldn't get out of. So we're just going to play this.
I could not imagine. It was a shock to find out she was charged.
When you look through the documents, counsel, and the recitation of what happened from the 16-year-old witness specifically, it is a pretty compelling narrative that your client was absolutely involved in this and it was planned. How do you understand that?
Well, to be fair, this has been a contentious custody and guardianship matter. And a lot of temporary orders have been entered by the court, but no final orders having been entered. It's gone on too long and it's too acrimoniously. Now, at the Ms. Adams is a well-known member of the community. She's in the farming and ranching business. Her families are pioneers. She's on the board of the county hospital. And she's a farmer rancher. She has strong feelings. The children's mother and father were never married, so we have this custody battle. The father is serving a time in prison, so he's not available. And she asked the court in a petition for guardianship to be made the guardian of the children, right. In other words, custody. Now, what brought this on was the issue of temporary visitation and whether it would be
supervised or unsupervised.
Yes.
Right, but I get all that, and I get that it was ugly, counsel. What I'm saying is, did you ever get any indication that your client was willing, desperate enough to do anything violent to the mother just to keep custody of the kids?
I did not.
When you heard that, you say she's a member of the community, she's well known. Did you know that she was a part of an organization called God's Misfits that's supposedly this kind of anarchic organization that's anti-government, anti-rules?
I did not know that, but I'm not surprised. Cimarron County and much of the Panhandle is very individualistic, independent, mostly farmers and town suppliers, and very, very conservative. And I've represented people in the Panhandle over 50 years. And every time I go out there, I hear about a new group that doesn't believe in your dollar bill or other things. And that just goes on in Cimarron County. It's a small, isolated county, looks to Amarillo, shops Amarillo, watches Amarillo television, and they keep to themselves. But since 1960, they have changed politically. Very evangelical, very conspiratorial in the sense of not trusting the government. Now, that's probably half the county. The other half of the county is traditional farmers and ranchers,
right,
who pay their bills and participate in community life. So
well, this is the first half, it seems, we're dealing with here, counsel. Did you ever pick up anything in her that would have indicated she had this kind of character, that she could plan a hit basically on the mother of her grandchildren? I mean, we have some context here. Her own son, who's in rehab, I didn't understand him to be in prison, I thought he was in rehab, says that she was threatening him and saying that he better put his name on the things that she tells him to. I mean, she sounds like a mob boss more than a grandmother. You didn't pick up any of that in her.
I did not. And the reason I did not is because there's an element that has not been considered here. The Kansas Department of the Protection of Children and the county sheriff in Hugoton, Kansas, conducted a 27-page review of the allegations that Mrs. Butler's 18-year-old half-brother had sexually violated not only the two children here, but his own brother, plus others.
Right.
That report exists. I can assure you it's on the prosecutor's desk and on whoever represents her now. That was a very serious allegation.
Sure.
And Mrs. Adams' position was that Mrs. Butler didn't believe that her brother could do that.
Right.
Even though the department found that he could. And so for her to have visitation without supervision was dangerous to the children. And the judge has already found that there was probable cause to believe that this boy was a sexual predator and had attacked her children. Now, her son, and let's face it, they're estranged. These two people, the mother and father, were never married.
Right.
They're marginal in the economy, although the son has tried to turn himself around. And the allegations, every allegation that could be made is theirs. But the fact is, I've read the report. I know what it says.
Right. I believe that. I believe that the allegations for probable cause, as we both know, you being a much more veteran, officer of the court than I am, but probable cause is a very low standard. It was early on in the review. But even if all the allegations were true, the idea that the rational remedy, counsel, is to plan a hit on the mother and the person who's there to provide guidance, absenting someone that you like, right? Because there was another woman who was supposed to be there that the grandmother allegedly told not to come, and then murder them and bury them doesn't seem to be the right remedy for the best interests of the child.
No, and that's the state's case. If what you just said is true, then we have a horrible homicide in which two people were ambushed that were coming to pick up one of them's child. And it's Gothic. It's something out of the Bates Motel. And it's a terrible thing. Whoever is responsible for it, it is shocking. There's no question about that.
I think that, the most surprising thing to me, especially this, and then I'll let you go, and I appreciate your time, Mr. Jones, is that you could know somebody through the course of this and be completely shocked that she had this level of animus towards the mother, that you never saw any trace of that.
I did not. I saw eccentricity. I saw Cimarron County individualism and independence, but I didn't see the prospect of homicide.
Stephen Jones, I appreciate you very much. I know that you're recovering from a procedure. I wish you the best.
Okay, there it was. And the only reason I played that, and this is where, some people got pissed off, left, talked shit about me. I'm not saying by any means at all that it's okay what they did. You all know how I feel about that. Those of you that know me knows I am not in agreement with what happened to Veronica and Jillian at all. I'm also about the truth. And people don't just go around killing people because they want to. And again, we can take out the allegation of SA. It did happen. So with that said, in my opinion, it falls back on the court system, Kansas Department of Children's Services. Why did they not take care of? Why did they just let it keep going? And to this day, the brothers are still in the same household. So, do you guys think, I'm not telling you to stick up for her, but if you're in them shoes and your grandchildren are being abused sexually and the courts aren't doing anything, what do? You don't kill people, I get that. No. But that would be a hard one to deal with. I have a nephew that abused two of my children, and I'll tell you right now, I wanted to kill him. And when it came down to it, my kids needed me. And I didn't want to go to prison. So I have a little bit different outlook on it. And no, but it would have been the person that actually did the essay for me. It wouldn't have been innocent people. And I find Jillian and Veronica to be innocent. But it saddens me because I do feel like the court system and children's services failed horribly. But that's my opinion. And I've said all along, I do not agree with what they did. I think it's horrible. I think they all should get the death penalty. That's me. Dang, I have to run errands. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Don't forget to take care of you. Catch y'all later. I hope you have a great day too. Ruby Tuesday. I agree 1,000%. That's no excuse at all for murder. Do you have kids? Do you have grandkids? I'm talking from experience. My oldest granddaughter, her daddy's side of the family, 3 of the 5 brothers have charges of incest with a child under 14. They are registered offenders for life. And when she was a baby, her dad had over his uncles. They were over. I'm going to tell you right now, I called. I turned them in. They got arrested. They went back to prison. And there was a nephew also that had the same kind of charges and went back to prison. Did I think of killing any of them? No. I just wanted my grandbaby away from them. So, Again, in no way at all. I'm never saying that that was okay. I'm just saying this system failed. And if the courts and child services, because they have the reports, they did the reports, if they would have followed through with what should have been followed through, maybe this would have never happened. I think when the judge got protection from Granny, they should have given Veronica protection too. I agree. I agree. See, so as we hear it was said, I'm, I wasn't there, but supposedly Tiffany had told the judge, if you take these babies from me, bodies are going to drop. I'm pretty sure that was pretty close to exactly what they say she said. If that happened, how did the judge just say, I'm not gonna hear any more of their cases? But why wasn't she thrown in jail for a threat to a government official? And don't take me wrong when I say that, but like I said, from somebody that has had their children in a situation like that, from a family member, makes your mind go crazy. I never thought of hurting innocent people, but did I think of hurting my nephew? Oh, God. You don't even want to know. That thought crossed my mind. Okay. Veronica and Julia paid the ultimate price for the failure of the courts and CPS. 1,000%. In my opinion. That's my opinion. And again, you have your own opinions. I'm not trying to get you to see my opinion. Okay? I'm just saying people just don't go out and decide to take out two women. So something fed on them to do that, which would have been the SA. That don't make it right. Not only that, they didn't even get the perpetrator. You know what I mean? Killed two innocent women. They didn't abuse them kids. Exactly, girly girl. Facts and true receipts. Big failure. Absolutely. SA is something I've had a hard time with. So honestly, it might have crossed my mind, but I could never go through with it because I am not a mean person. And just look where it got to Granny. I'm going to call her Granny because that's what we've always called her. She don't like to be called Granny. We're going to continue to call her Granny. Look where it got Granny. Right now, them kids are over on that side of the family. I don't know. I haven't seen the kids. I don't know what's going on. I assume that the aunt's taking very good care of them. I would hope that they're not around the uncle, the half brother. But okay. Do you think what Paul said about Jillian that will make charges less for Tad? No. Listen, I think they're all equally guilty. Okay? This was planned. At any point they could have stopped it. Whether they was ones that physically did the knifing, I think they're all involved equally. That's my opinion. Yes. She had more wounds than the 3 stabs to the neck. That's correct. And if you haven't went and looked at the autopsy, because again, I know some of you haven't been around for a while, and that's okay. But I want to show you this guy. I like him. He did an awesome job. His name is Gavin Fish. And I'll also put a link in here to where you can watch it on your own time. But he did a really good job on going over the autopsy, the medical examiner's report. So let's see here. Share. I'm just going to go ahead and see if I can't. I'm going to share his whole page because he's also covering the sheriff that shot the judge, and I'm actually watching over that case too. I've never heard of a judge's chambers having a camera in it. Now supposedly there was brothel going on there. Let me clip this for you. Gavin Fish does a really good job with what he has to read. It was really, I'll be honest with you, listening to him go over it was extremely hard. But there's a lot that at some points that he did cut out that he didn't feel like really needed to be discussed. But he did a good job. And let's see here. There it is. A fight for their lives. I'm going to click on it. It'll probably
Intervertebral vertebral disc, C6 vertebral body, and upper esophagus with copious associated hemorrhage, including intraesophageal and intragastric hemorrhage. So they went at her. What is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wounds to the head and neck. Again.
Okay. Anyway, it's graphic. It's definitely the autopsies for both women. And I'm just saying, he does a very good job. We're not going to play it. I'm just trying to give you the information and places you can go to see stuff like that. And this is the direct link on the Julian and Veronica. Okay. Let's see here what I missed. I know, and listen, to the mods, you're awesome. And the people that's been on this channel for a while, sometimes you've seen things 3 or 4 times, maybe even 5 or 6. I don't know. Sometimes there's new people and they just don't know where to go to get the information. And so if I find something that I actually like and I think that somebody else actually would like, I share it. That's where I'm at with that. Every wrench in here, they can share. If they come across something that they find interesting, they know they have my permission to share that link in that chat. As long as it's not somebody that has been bad-mouthing me or something like that, by all means, share. Okay. Or with the way Granny was laugh out loud and carrying on could prove her mentally stability in the case. You know, that will probably be the route they go. So Paul saying that she was cackling and the things she was doing, that sounds like a mental person to me. Not guilty by reason and sanity. We don't want that either. I can promise you we don't want that. But if I had my guesses, and you guys can tell me what you think, that will probably be the route that Granny's attorney takes. A good attorney would take that route. Both things could be true, Rock. I lurk a lot. This is a hard case to chat about. It is very hard. But I appreciate you and the work you do. Thank you, Becca. You know, at some point people thought I was going against the family. I can assure you I'm not against the family. But I'm not your person that, oh, well, this don't look good. We're not going to cover this. Because you guys aren't stupid either. You know that people don't just decide out of the blue that they're going to murder people. Something breaks. Something gets pushed. Wrangler was in rehab. Veronica was going to court to stop the supervised visitation. There was more at play here. Does it justify murder? No. No, it don't. Rock Chalk, they don't know you at all. No excuse. In my opinion, you know. Another failure. Yeah, and I do see it as a failure. And listen, sometimes you got to talk about the hard shit. That's just all it is. You got to talk about it. How good am I to you if I've seen the essay reports and I didn't tell you? If I only told you all the good stuff, if I didn't call out Ellie and the things I saw and the things I know, a grand jury indictment, and the DA appoints you as one of the top LE, wow. So I've uncovered some shit that pissed some people off. So again, if I had it to do all over again, I'd be giving you it all the way I see it. And I'm not hiding anything from you other than I'll just say Ellie is not in the clear. Oklahoma City is very well aware of situations that's going on. And anyway, I got to put my glasses on. Katma in jail or judgment with God. I'll watch replay. Thanks so much. So Dick can't see. Dizzy, I'll be back soon. Everyone have a wonderful Christmas. A lot better 2025. Yeah, she had E. coli, or he or she. We're not going to say. It's been gone for a while, and you take care of yourself, and I'm glad you came in today, and you have a wonderful Christmas and a happy New Year. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you want a channel that's going to sugarcoat stuff, this ain't for you. That's the truth. When I find out stuff, I let you know. So, we all need to pray for all the family, friends, and children, hearing all that's being said in court. Being said in court, being said even in my channel. I mean, the internet, I mean, even if I deleted everything, it's still going to be out there, okay? Still going to be out there. I can tell you right now, I'm not ashamed of anything that I've ever reported or put. I'm not. If you see one of my videos that's private, it's because I was protecting somebody. And that would be maybe a witness or something like that. It's not because I didn't like my reporting. It's because I was trying to protect somebody. Okay. To be honest, Granny's cackle was satisfaction of Veronica gone forever. Not because she's mentally insane. But they could turn it as mentally insane. That's the thing. I hope not. But I think you guys will see that happen. I think it'll happen. I don't think that Paul Grice's testimony of her running in a circle cackling is going to hurt her case. I mean, my gosh, look, Lori Vallow's still back in court. And nobody testified that she did that around her children when they passed and stuff like that. So we see it differently. The problem is what does a jury of 12 see? I try to look out for everybody. And listen, Oklahoma used to be one of my favorite places. Some of my best memories are with my grandparents at Apache, Oklahoma. And I'm telling you, I am not a fan of Oklahoma at all anymore. Not at all. It drives me nuts. And I want to show you guys something else that came across last night. And it was another case that I followed. And this was a horrendous case. 7 people were killed in Oklahoma. 7 people were killed. The sheriff did an absolute horrible job. And the parents went into this house where their daughter was killed. They're the ones that found the cell phones. I didn't ever show this, I don't think, on my channel. But I actually watched it all unfold. They were in the news. That house was in the news just the other day. I want to show you. I want to say it was yesterday, but I want to show you guys this. It just makes me believe, what's the Attorney General doing, and what's the Attorney General doing in Oklahoma? And why does Oklahoma have all these damn problems and they seem to go back on a sheriff? It just pisses me off so bad. And you'll see it in this. And one night maybe we'll watch the whole thing. But again, this guy was an SA offender, supposed to be registered, got out of prison, was living with his wife and his stepdaughter. She had 2 friends over. Anyway, he ended up killing everybody and then killing himself. Well, did they rope off the scene and collect evidence? They didn't. It is so crazy. And the families had such a hard time. Is the family being or is Ellie being lazy or helping people cover up things? That is the big question. Big question. Let me show you this real quick, though. Yes, that 7 was heartbreaking. Oh my God, it's so heartbreaking. And so I still follow, and this came up in my news feed. If you watched it when it all unfolded, it was crazy.
He once took an oath to uphold the law. Tonight, he's preparing to spend the rest of his life.
Wait a minute. Okay. This should not be it. So let's see if it goes into the right one. Yeah, it says Henrietta home sleepover where massacre burns. Let me see what date it is.
He once took an oath to
Let me see. And 4 days ago. Okay. Anyway, after their daughter was killed, 2 of the sets of the parents went in this house. They found their daughter's cell phone. I mean, it's just crazy, the laziness of Ellie, and that the family had to find this stuff. Anyway, let's go.
Uphold the law. Tonight, he's preparing to spend the rest of his life in prison.
The home where 7 people were found dead in a murder-suicide is now at the center of a new investigation.
The sheriff says the home was possibly set on fire early this morning. It was in May of 2023 when investigators say Jesse McFadden killed 6 people, including 5 teenagers, before taking his own life. The home is in Henrietta, but it's now empty.
News 4's Spencer Humphreys spoke with the father of one of McFadden's victims, who says the home should have never been standing.
Well, this is what's left of that house where 5 Henrietta teenagers and a mother tragically lost their lives in a murder-suicide last year. Investigators believe it quite possibly was arson. And some of the victims' family members say they don't think this house burned enough.
For Justin Webster.
Waking up this morning, getting ready for work, we noticed a bunch of sirens and fire trucks driving down the road.
The wound is still fresh.
Just seeing that, it's triggering to us because it brings back that day.
For the better part of 2 years, the house down the street, the one where a convicted child sex offender out of jail early stole the life of his daughter Ivy and 5 others, has stood.
That's a house that a monster lived in.
It stood wide open less than a week after the murders when Webster gave us a tour of the evidence Okmulgee County Sheriff's Office investigators never thought to collect.
I feel Okmulgee County Sheriff's Office is not on par with what needs to be done as far as checking on these child sex predators. And that was clear and evident when K4 and prior reporter Kaylee Levis went into that house with us, and a deputy sheriff was there.
It stood as that prompted the OSBI to take over the investigation. It stood through Webster's grief and anger.
None of this should have happened if the state of Oklahoma did what they were supposed to do with child sex predators.
It stood through his rage as his push to change sex offender laws got the full government treatment.
We got the Knight's Law HB 3992 passed through the House, 84-8 vote, super majority. It was awesome. And we had high expectations for it to go to Senate and pass. It didn't even get out of the Appropriations Committee.
But early Tuesday morning, as Webster awoke to those passing sirens, something changed.
We got a message from one of our churchgoers saying, hey, did you know that the House of Horrors burned down?
That house that stood through so much finally fell, possibly at the hands of an arsonist, investigators think. If you ask Webster, it should have fallen long ago to make way for a memorial.
That's what the state should do. Give something back to us parents that lost everything because of their incompetence and neglect.
But if you think he's rejoicing in Wednesday's turn of events, well, you'd be wrong.
As far as the house down there, I don't care. That has nothing to do with anything that we're trying to accomplish.
The wound is still fresh.
I'm scared to death to go into my daughter's room. We haven't been in my daughter's room since, I would say, the first week everything went down.
There's no time for rejoicing, not until someone hears him.
It seems like standing on top of a mountain with the biggest bullhorn yelling. And why is there no federal investigation going on? Why is the FBI not in these small towns, especially Okmulgee County, doing what needs to be done to find out why these sheriff's offices are not doing what they need to be doing as far as child sex criminals?
And not until he can guarantee this house will be the last to host such horrors.
And I cry almost every day. And today I'm angry. I'm angry again because it's obviously everything that's going on. It just brings it all back up. Nothing else matters but bringing our daughter back. And we can't do that. So the only justice that we can get is protecting other kids.
In Henrietta, Spencer Humphrey, Oklahoma's News 4.
The state fire marshal is leading the investigation.
Had you guys ever seen, have you seen Henrietta, Oklahoma? Have you seen that case of the 7 that was murdered? It's a very sad case. Very, very sad. I watched that case from when it broke. I watched when Channel 4 went in with the family. I watched them find their daughter's cell phone. What is the sheriff's department's doing around here? Like, I don't know. But that was, there's a lot. There was another one, Annalise. I used to like Annalise a lot in the life. She's just got too many damn commercials in her stuff now. I just can't even watch it. I tried to watch something the other night because she's got a really calm voice, and you know, a lot of times she'll put me to sleep because the way she talks, I just really like it. And she had another Oklahoma case just the other day she was doing, and like every 5 minutes was a commercial. Yeah, I'm not down for that. It took forever to go through the thing, and every time the commercial would come on, listen, I don't do commercials. It would irritate me, and that's sad that Annalise has stooped to that, to where her program don't even play all the way through. Every 5 minutes there's a damn commercial. So I had to take her off my favorite subscribers list just because of the damn commercials. So Ostrich says, yeah, I seen it. It was bad. Henrietta, Oklahoma. And the guy, and the only reason they found these bodies was because the SA offender, which was the stepdad, and then there was 2 friends over with his stepdaughter. He had court, and he didn't show up for court. And the sheriff showed up to see why he didn't show up for court. And the bodies was spread outside, dead throughout the property. Just horrible. Just absolutely horrible. I'm in Oklahoma. It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. And like I said, and I'm sure it happens all over, to be honest with you. It happens all over, but it just seems to be. What are you paying your sheriffs for there? It's just, I don't understand. How come Oklahoma is always in the news, and 99% of the time it has something to do with the sheriff? And I mean, what's your guys' thought on Texas County not even wearing body cams? Like, seriously? What is going on? I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of Oklahoma anymore. And again, my best childhood memories are from Oklahoma. And that don't make the people that live in Oklahoma bad people. You're good people. But something in your government is not right. It's just not right. People can seem to get away with a lot in Oklahoma. A lot gets covered up. A lot of people hit me up when I started covering this case, and I haven't forgot about them. You know, I said I would help, and I still do plan on helping. But right now, I'm still stuck here. I'm stuck right here. And so those of you that has reached out to me, I haven't forgot about you. This has just been a lot. It's been a lot. Again, I never planned on being a YouTube creator. This is not my living. I'm retired. I enjoy traveling. I enjoy going on cruises. There's a lot I enjoy doing. COVID hit. The Idaho 4 case hit. Four students slayed. That's what brought me to YouTube. Because I was watching mainstream media. And if you watch mainstream media, I would think you would agree. They don't tell the stories like they are. They're told how to tell their stories and what they can let out and what they can't let out. And I used to think YouTube, you know, I watched my musician friends on YouTube, okay? But, you know, then you got Jake Paul and them doing crazy stuff. And, you know, I was like, man, these people are doing stupid shit on YouTube and becoming millionaires. This is just stupid. And anyway, I was watching NewsNation on the Idaho 4. And I knew they just wasn't telling the way it was. And I don't know why. Nobody told me. I went into YouTube and started looking. And started watching creators. And going, wow. Mainstream isn't covering this. Mainstream is not telling us that. Oh my God. JLR's boots on the ground. Truth and transparency. Oh my God. She's coming up with so much stuff. Basically doing Ellie's job for them is what they do. One thing I will say is there's a lot of YouTubers out there that try to hold Ellie accountable for their job. That was to a previous conversation about mainstream media and YouTube. So, although I can tell you I went through a lot of creators that I don't watch at all anymore. Actually, I watch Jay Embry on the Idaho 4 and Truth and Transparency. And that's about it. Let's see here. Have any of you read Lauren Collins' article? She said people felt the DA seemed more intent on minimizing the violence than prosecuting the defendants. Was that on her Twitter or her YouTube? I'm not a fan of hers. I'll say that up front. I do like the attorney that she had brought on, but if you've been following this channel, she said she wouldn't do something that she did. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But I say more power to anybody as far as a creator that tries to do their best. Again, there's going to be people that you like, and there's going to be people that fuck rock. You know, I watched her. I don't like her. It's okay. But there's plenty of creators out there that you can watch. I mean, do you remember the one I brought up not too long ago? Where was she? I want to say Ohio. And she was just now doing the story, maybe 3-4 weeks ago. And she had absolutely nothing wrong. You got to have your moral compass. Don't support people like that. And if you don't like me, don't support me either. Don't watch. But I think YouTube can get way carried away. And honestly, I think too many people thinks they're going to be a millionaire like the Pauls by doing YouTube. And that just frustrates the hell out of me. So you go off of somebody else's tragedy to make money. I'm not for that. Okay, so Ostrich. I never watched YouTube till this case. I have since started following a few other cases. Yeah. Like I said, I never claimed to be a creator. So, I don't got the fancy bells and whistles, and nor do I have the time to try to do intros and all that craziness. Honestly, I don't have the time. I come here, I talk to you guys talk to me, we discuss things. It's a lot of therapy, just being able to talk and saying what you think. Had anyone ever heard any more on the man they found in the ditch with no fingertips? I brought that up the other day. Not a thing. Now, the DA task force was the one that said that he had no fingertips. It was a couple days later that they said that they was running fingerprints and stuff. So, again, usually, I'm going to say this is not all the time, but when you're following a case, usually the stuff that comes out before a gag order usually has a lot of truth to it. Because they came out a couple days after that and said they had fingerprints and they was going to run it. And with that said, somebody lied. And I would assume it was the second part. And I will say this about Oklahoma. They're really good about doing FOIA reports. So if you ask for body cam, or you fill out the form to get court documents, you can get them. And they're really good about doing that. Probably one of the best states to be able to get that information. Florida's really good too. Yeah, I like her attorney. She has on there, he is very knowledgeable. Yeah, he's very good. He's good. I like him too. Oh, I also follow Peter. Lawyer, him and his dad, mostly Peter does it. They cover a lot of cases, and I like following them. There are so many cases never reported, and they are most never have updates or solved. That's true. That's true. You're saying it's on her Facebook. Let me pull up my Facebook. Again, I suck at Facebook, so you're going to have to bear with me on that. What was her name? Lauren? Let me look and see how you spell that. We'll look at it. Oh, somebody messaged me last night, said, Rock, when you pulled up your Facebook, people could see stuff on the left side. Okay. If you're in my chat and that's all you're trying to do is to see what Rock's going on, you're going to be deeply disappointed. I'm just saying. You're going to be disappointed. Because I don't get into Facebook. Like right now, it says I got Kristen and Wrangler on there. KSN TV, Sydney Batslip, True Crime News, Tanner Mullins, Motorsports. Yeah, you'd be disappointed. I'm just saying. I have a lot going on other than this case, I will tell you that. Okay. Is this her? Yeah, this is her. Okay, let me add it. Let me make sure I'm caught up in chat. Yeah, I love Peter too. Lawyer, he has good stuff going. And I do like it when his dad comes on. I watch him a lot. I watch Upchurch a lot. As a matter of fact, there's a lot going on with Upchurch right now. So See, my Facebook, if I pull it up on my personal one on my phone, I can get all the new stuff. But with this, whatever this is, it's really hard to get. Like, you can't follow anybody. It's weird. Let me look it up on my phone. That's why I have Girly Girl. She's really Facebook savvy. Rock is not Facebook savvy. Hell, I can't even find my own news feed, of my friends and family. There's always so much other junk in there that I can't even see what I got going on with my friends. It's just frustrating to me. You can share it in the chat, because on my phone it's bringing up the same crap. I can't get to anything else. Okay. Okay, here we go. They have stated their case, and Judge Jett ruled that there was enough evidence to move forward with trial for Tad on all counts. So court's going to be over, right? Tad's the only one left. Cole waived his right to a speedy trial. So Tad was the only one left. Correct? Well, you want to hear the bad news? I'm going to tell you the bad news of what I think is going to happen. This is just my opinion. Every damn one of them. Yes, Cole did change his. For those of you that was just fresh in, let's just play this for you. Yes. But I'm going to tell you right now, Tad's going to do the same thing and now waive his speedy trial. And this will probably go on for a very long time. I hope not. I damn hope not. But if you listened to me yesterday, I said I thought this would happen. So it don't surprise me that this is all fallen into place. And let's look and see. Maybe KSN has updated their stuff with court over. I would assume they did. So let me back out of here. I always got to go back to StreamYard to make sure you guys are in the right thing with me here. Okay, when was it updated? 2 seconds ago. Let's check it out. Give it a minute. We'll have a commercial and then we'll go to it, guys. I can't see your chat right now, so. I bet he waives his right to a speedy trial, too. Not surprised. Okay, hold on. I'll mute her or unmute her. Make her big for y'all. Back it up. Here we go.
New developments right as we started court today. Cole Twombly has waived his right to a preliminary hearing and his right to a speedy trial. He will appear next in court in May. Now, we did begin this afternoon with cross-examination of Paul Grice by Tad's attorneys. A big topic of discussion was whether or not Paul Grice is taking responsibility for the death of Jillian Kelly. Paul said that he did stab her, but is not admitting to being the one killing her. He said that he can't be for sure that she wasn't dead in the trailer. He said he saw her eyes fluttered and was having a panic attack and then stabbed Jillian Kelly. He said she didn't fight back. Now, Tad's attorney said that per the medical examiner's report, cut wounds from Paul paralyzed her from the neck down, which would be why she wasn't fighting back. She also asked about blood. He said that Jillian did bleed while he was stabbing her, not to the same extent as Veronica Butler. But again, they're arguing back and forth. If Paul Grice is the one that killed her, he said he can't be for sure. And Tad's attorney is arguing that the only wounds on Jillian Kelly are from the knife that Paul Grice had, the same knife that was used to kill Veronica Butler. So again, arguing about that fact back and forth. He also said that some of those facts haunt him, that he's had a hard time sleeping. Another topic of discussion was that he admits to lying in his first 2 interviews with OSBI. He said that yesterday and today he's telling the truth, but admitted in the first interview he did, he may have been drunk. He said he was drinking a lot around that time. So Paul did finish up his testimony on the stand. He also said he told his wife about the murders after they happened. Tad's attorney asked if there was any type of agreement that his wife wouldn't be charged or have to testify, anything like that. He said there's not been a discussion about that. The only discussion is potentially getting off of the death penalty. He said that's what they have discussed in his plea agreement with the state. Now, right now, we are hearing from Jamie Beasley. He is the property owner where Jillian and Veronica were buried. He's discussing how Tad and Tiffany came to his property the day before, asking to cut down the trees on his property, saying he would bury them, and then as well as a pile of concrete that was in his front yard. He said he didn't know exactly where that hole would be dug to bury those things. He said he had assumed it would be in one area. He didn't imagine it would be where that eventual burial site would be. So again, we're hearing his testimony right now, and we'll bring you the latest throughout the day as we're able to leave court and bring you those updates. Here for you in Guyman, Oklahoma, Julia Thatcher, KSN News 3.
At Cambridge Family Dentistry, you have something to
I know Ostrich is always on top of it, so if she says, yes, court is over, I believe her. So he is due back to court, set a date on January 13th. For some reason, because I have a different Facebook than you guys. Okay, wait a minute. Here it is on my phone. Not agreeing to. Okay, I'm going to read this, guys, as we go. I think somebody sent a Discord too. Give me a minute. Let me read this. Actually, let me go real quick. I'll be right back. That was Christopher. He said, any new updates? He must not have got the notice that we're live. So, okay. I'm going to read this. This is off of Lawrence. Okay, guys? During today's cross-examination of Paul Grice by Tad Coleman's attorney, Joy Miskell, new revelations came to light. Miskell argued that Coleman allegedly did not have a knife, but did allegedly break Jillian Kelly's neck or paralyzed her with a hammer before placing her in the trailer. She further questioned how anyone could confirm it was Coleman and not Adams, since no one witnessed it directly. It was revealed that Kelly was likely paralyzed when Grice saw her lying in the trailer with her eyes fluttering. Yesterday, Grice claimed he stabbed Kelly only 2 to 3 times, but Miskell countered that the medical examiner's report suggested more wounds and argued that Grice alone was responsible for Kelly's death. Grice admitted he did not see Coleman with a knife, though, as Miskell noted, that doesn't mean he didn't have one. She continued to push Grice to take full accountability for the deaths of both Kelly and Veronica Butler, but Grice resisted, stating he wasn't certain Kelly was deceased in the trailer. He explained that in his hunting experience, he had seen animals flutter or twitch post-mortem. While Grice has confessed to his role in these horrific acts, it seems the defense is working hard to paint him as the sole party responsible. Cole Twombly also waived his right to a speedy trial in the preliminary hearing on day 2. He's due back in court the same day as Adams, April 16, 2025. Since it was down to only one defendant, the state was able to rest their case against Tad Cullum about an hour ago. Judge Jett quickly ruled that there was enough evidence to move forward with the trial for Cullum on all counts: murder, conspiracy, kidnapping, unlawful discretion of a body, and unlawful removal of a body. Cullum is due back in court Monday, January 13th to set a trial date. Now, I'm going to read you, because it's on here, from day one for her too, that she reported. Day one of the preliminary in Texas County, Oklahoma, revealed shocking details about the disturbing case against Tiffany Adams, Cole Twombly, Tad Cullum, Cora Twombly, and Paul Grice. These five stand accused of kidnapping, conspiring to murder and brutally killing Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler, two innocent Kansas mothers. What remained clear throughout the day, these incredible mothers fought hard. They fought until the end. Butler had two children with Adam's son and had endured a grueling 4-year custody battle. What unfolded in the courtroom was chilling, emotional, and deeply unsettling. We learned a lot more than what initial filings and affidavits revealed, including an obsession with America's state nationalism and David Straight, a sovereign citizen guru. In fact, Defendant Grice admitted to wearing a David Straight sweatshirt the day of the murders. It turns out the five defendants met for a prayer group on Sunday and Wednesday nights with about 10 other people and all of their children at the Twombly home and the home of their friends Lacey and Barrett Cook. The Cook's eldest daughter is married to Cole Twombly's son, Frank. This group was initially coined God's Misfits, but on the stand, Cora Twombly explained this name was somewhat of a joke. Her husband Cole claimed they didn't fit in anywhere, so they referred to themselves as this from time to time, although not affiliated with any larger group. The first day of preliminary trial opened with a surprise. Alleged mastermind Tiffany Adams' attorney Mitchell Solom announced that she was waiving her right to both a preliminary hearing and a speedy trial. The decision stunned everyone in the courtroom, fueling questions about whether Adams might be working on a plea deal or just giving another "fuck you" to the family so she could seemingly do things her way. It's important to note that she's not waiving an actual trial. She can't do that. She's due back in court April 16th and could be presented with a plea deal or future trial date. Cullum, her romantic partner, appeared surprised at this news. His neck turned red and a vein bulged. I locked eyes with Cullum at one point in the morning and quickly looked away. His eyes were almost black, and I'd never been in the same room with alleged murderers before. He was also a much larger person in person. Very unsettling. Speaking of the defendants, they entered the small courtroom shackled and wearing bulletproof vests, with each defense attorney at different times asking if their client could be uncuffed to take notes for the testimony. Judge A. Clark Jett denied those requests. He seemed pretty great, by the way. She put that in parentheses. Some described Adams as disturbingly cheerful, almost giggling when she entered, while Cullum's presence was ice cold. He leaned back in his chair a lot, offering no emotion. Cole Twombly appeared a bit disengaged, almost aloft. Did he even realize he was at his own murder trial? ? However, Cole Twombly played less of a role than we initially realized. In parentheses, she put, but just as guilty in my opinion. The first witness called by District Attorney Buddy Leach was Cora Twombly, who had agreed to testify in exchange for a recommendation of a significantly reduced sentence. Her deal included a life sentence with 30 years suspended for murder, 10 years for conspiracy, and no charges for kidnapping. This effectively boiled down to as little as 15 years with good behavior, time served, plus the 10. A fact that didn't sit well with many of us in the courtroom. Why would the DA offer that sweet deal when they had Grice? ? Overall, Cora Twombly appeared to show no remorse. It looked like she even tried to make herself cry, which didn't work at all. She got slightly emotional when her minor daughter was brought up. And in parentheses, it says the minor daughter knew everything about the murder plans. She was 16, however, did not choose to tell and save the life of two women based on the alleged lies that she told she was told by her mother and the alleged lies that Tiffany Adams fed her mother and that her grandchildren. Butler's children were abused and Butler let it happen. Therefore, according to Cora and Adams, she had to die. There is no physical evidence the children were abused. As a side, Cora Twombly testified that in August of 2023, Veronica Butler's ex and Adam's son, Wrangler Rickman, who has a history of drug use, which led to him losing custody of the kids. He never lost custody of the kids. That is wrong. With Adams having his visitation rights, that's wrong too. I want to make that clear. Wrangler never lost custody of his kids that I could see in any of the court stuff. If you found it and I'm wrong, please let me know. But as far as I've seen, I've not seen where Wrangler ever lost custody of his kids. Anyway, and his girlfriend informed Adams and Colin that they would be over to pick up his children. Adams and Colin called their anti-government crew over armed. When Rickman showed up, he was met by Colin, Twombly, Grice, and a crew with all types of pistols and AR-15s. Rickman left without his children. A few months later, he was coincidentally arrested on a weapons charge after a felony and turned in by his own mother and her boyfriend, Tad Colin. Cora testified that Adams' first approach with her plan to kill Veronica Butler, claiming she could no longer afford the ongoing custody battle over Butler's children. The initial plan was to use a vice, in parentheses, once believed to be an amble, to smash Butler's windshield while she was driving. Adams wanted to do it on her birthday, thinking she would have plans and go out. She convinced both Twombly and Colin to execute this plan. With Twombly driving a truck while Colin threw the vice from the bed of the truck, Adams even asked the two to practice with a vice and some hay bales. They didn't. The attempt fell apart when Butler didn't leave her house that day. This failure didn't deter Adams, who began devising a more calculated and gruesome plan with the help of Colin and Grice. Excuse me. By March, Adams had pulled Paul Grice and Tad Colin into her scheme. Cora Twombly was already in. Adams used the manipulation and religious scripture to justify killing Butler and convinced Paul Grice once again, claiming Butler was allowing her children to be abused. According to Grice, she preyed on his traumatic childhood. In parentheses, he claimed his father was physically abusive and his desire to protect children. Grice also told the group lies when he was drunk, claiming that he was part of a mercenary group that took out children abuser types. That was all a lie, but must have piqued Adams' interest further. Colin allegedly took on much of the logistical preparation, including renting the property, securing a trailer, and digging a burial site using a skidster. Adam also knew that Butler would have a supervisor with her, but allegedly lied to the group that it would be Kelly until the day before. According to Cora Twombly, Adams told her Kelly was a nobody. She was a mother of four, a preacher's wife, and a wonderful person, but evil doesn't see that. According to Twombly and Grice, Adams' plan was to meet Butler and Kelly off of Highway 95 and L Road, as it was almost an S shape. They could easily park and veer off the road somewhat naturally. Why the judge didn't force them to meet at a secure location like a sheriff's office, knowing the custody turmoil, is mind-blowing. They would borrow Cole Twombly's cousin Clint's truck, in parentheses, he's the sheriff of Cimarron County, where the five live. Well, after the first of the year. He was elected, but he'll be there after the first of the year. And hook up with Adams' gooseneck trailer to the back. Adams would lure Butler and Kelly to the trailer by claiming that Butler's children had a baby. Ooh, okay. Oh, wow. I hadn't seen this part. Okay. This also goes back to what I was told in the very beginning. Okay. By claiming that Butler's children had a baby calf she needed to see. before Grice would attack Butler and Cullum would attack Kelly. Adams realized a week before their plan that they would need a fifth person to pull this off. They looped in Cora's husband, Cole. Cora Twombly initially testified that they didn't include him sooner because he drank too much and might spill the beans. Cole Twombly's attorney, Vila Lopez, would object from time to time, citing spousal privilege. It was sustained. The Twombly's job was to act as lookouts for anyone coming from the north or south sides. Cora Singley did much more. She admittedly brought the burner phones they used that day, called Grice to confirm Butler was on her way to the location, even briefly following her. In addition to something even more heinous than we'll identify shortly. According to Cora, it was determined that Grice and Cullum would kill the women. However, the manner was not discussed among the five. Only the fact that Cullum and Grice didn't want to use guns because they were too noisy and could be traced back to them. This seemed ridiculous. They didn't discuss how they would kill the women, ? D.A. Leach didn't press Twombly for further details. Odd. The day before the murders, the group surveyed the scene one more time. Cullum expressed concerns about the location, fearing it might make them easy suspects, but the plan proceeded anyway. When Cora Twombly was on the stand, she spoke about being able to see the crime scene from her lookout location and claimed she knew something went wrong when she saw two people running from the trailer back to Butler's car, but many assumed it was Butler and Kelly. But D.A. Leach didn't ask her to clarify. It was later revealed that it was Butler and Grice. Twombly testified that she drove to the location and heard Paul Grice screaming for help as he had Butler pinned down, and she was fiercely fighting for her life. Oh, God, this is hard to read. Twombly said she then handed her stun gun, in parentheses, that Adams had previously purchased for them, to Adams. D.A. Leach didn't follow up with that. And then what happened? To amplify the brutal nature of his crimes. Instead, he moved on. At this point, many in the courtroom questioned whose side he was on. He seemed more intent on minimizing the violence than prosecuting the defendants. However, Grice later testified to what Adams did with the stun gun, providing gruesome clarity. When Paul Grice took the stand, parentheses, who looks no older than 16, by the way, he's 31, second chair prosecutor Teo Smith guided him through his testimony, eliciting raw and real emotional. Grice was visibly remorseful, though many felt it was too late, too little too late. He recounted the moments leading up to the attack, describing how he crouched down in the trailer waiting for Adams to bring Butler and Kelly inside. When Butler peeked in, he struck her on the right side of the head multiple times with a hammer until the hammer broke. Butler fought back and managed to tase Grice, leaving his arm temporarily numb before she ran. Grice chased her, tackling her to the ground, yelling for help. Twombly arrived on the scene and handed Adams the stun gun. We can speculate, in parentheses, because Leach did not follow up, parentheses, that Adams used it to incapacitate Butler further, allowing Grice to continue his attack. Later, Cora admitted to sweeping dirt over the blood at the scene and adding floor dry to soak up some of it. Adams hadn't anticipated so much blood. She wanted it in the trailer. Meanwhile, Cullum and Adams restrained Kelly. Grice later testified that Cullum had initially planned to break Kelly's neck, but couldn't because the angle wasn't right. Instead, Grice thought Cullum stabbed Kelly repeatedly, though he never saw the act or saw Cullum with a knife. He testified that he only saw that Kelly had blood on the top of her head. Parentheses. It was later revealed through testimony that it's believed that Cullum did allegedly paralyze Kelly by breaking her neck or using a hammer, but not confirmed, parentheses. Grice sobbed as he described both women screaming bloody murder during the attacks. He eventually heard a gasp and final scream from Kelly, at which point he panicked and began stabbing Butler. Grice admitted he didn't know where or how many times he stabbed her. Grice admitted to stand but collapsed to the ground, catching his breath when Smith asked what Adams was doing. Grice's response sent chills through the courtroom. Adams walked around the murder scene, circling the trailer, Butler's body, and Grice himself, all while laughing maniacally. Grice described the laugh as evil and chilling, calling it the most terrifying sound he had ever heard. The courtroom erupted in gasps and sobs, prompting Judge Jett to pause proceedings and remind the room of the defendant's right to a fair trial. But the damage was done. The courtroom now had a first-hand account of the sheer brutality of these crimes. Grice testified that Adams backed the trailer up to make it easier to load Butler's body inside. He had injured his hand during the attack, and Twombly provided duct tape to wrap it. Grice was then instructed to get inside the trailer where Cullen was to drive to the burial site. Twombly drove Adams home. Inside the trailer, Grice discovered Kelly lying on her back in the corner. He noticed her eyes fluttering and became paranoid that the group had set him up to be the sole killer. Grice admitted that he told the others that Kelly woke up and tried to steal his gun, fighting back, so he finished her off. In reality, he tried to find her pulse, but the ride to the burial site was too bumpy. He decided that stabbing her in the neck 2 to 3 more times would be better than her being buried alive in Adam's chest freezer. Upon arriving at the burial site land Colum had rented days earlier, Grice described his growing paranoia. When Colin opened the trailer door, Grice pulled a gun on him, suspecting his betrayal. He was slowly unraveling. Colum and Grice then loaded the bodies into the chest freezer, using a rope and a bucket to position them. They discarded their bloody clothes and weapons into the same grave, covering it with hay and concrete. Cole Twombly, who had been tasked with bringing fresh clothes and additional hay, arrived to assist. Throughout the day, D.A. Leach truly failed to press witnesses on key details. Second Chair Prosecutor Taya Smith did as far better job of conveying the brutality of the crimes and eliciting emotional testimony. Notably, even Colum's defense attorney, Joel Maskell, painted Adams as the alleged ringleader, emphasizing her manipulative and controlling nature for more effectively than the DA himself. One moment that did seem to ignite some anger and passion in Leach was when Cora Twombly claimed that Adams told her the court wouldn't prosecute the sexual abuse allegations against Butler's children. Leach was quick to fire back, doing redirect, clarifying that no such allegations had been filed in Oklahoma, but rather in Kansas. He clearly was interested in defending himself and his office. The first day of the preliminary hearing was emotionally overwhelming and deeply disturbing. The testimony revealed not only the cold-blooded brutality of the murders, but also the manipulative, calculated nature of Tiffany Adams, Dad Coleman, Cora Twombly, Cole Twombly, and Paul Grice. The proceedings are expected to last 3 days total. She put her opinion is used throughout this post. All 5 defendants are innocent until proven guilty. That was a pretty good read. Thanks for sharing that. If you go to Pop Crime TV, we'll go to her YouTube channel and see if we can see it there. But this was on her Facebook. On Lauren's Facebook. And thank you for sharing that, by the way. And that was, at that time, the biggest update with her. So, let me get to chat. I know you guys are here, so, I'm so glad to look and see that I wasn't muted throughout all that talking. That would have sucked. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here we go. They may still be there, but the judge has said they have enough evidence to move forward. Yeah, I don't think News Channel 3 was letting that go yet. So, again, Facebook or a YouTuber had to let that known, right? The police presence is gone, and most everyone has left. So, yeah, won't be back till January. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a judge, but I would probably see Tad Coleman also waiving his right to a speedy trial. So more than likely, you'll see probably, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how they can do a jury trial with all 3 of them at once. I think they have the right to have their own trial is how it'll end up going, but hey, I don't know. I don't run the show here, so But it looks like Cole's been scheduled to go back at the same time as Tiffany. Are they going to try to do all the trials together? I don't know. I just don't know. I thought the knife was Tad's. Okay. I like getting everyone who was in court's opinions. I agree, and thank you for sharing it. Straight grifter, allegedly. Christopher Hughes, you just woke up. Cole Twombly waived his right to a speedy trial. And Tad has court again in January. Again, my personal opinion, I'm catching up on the chat. Looks like I'm kind of behind from reading all that. It wouldn't surprise me. What do you think? One Law 214. I bet you. I bet you Coleman also will waive his right to a speedy trial, and these trials might very well take a long time. Who released this statement? Thank you for answering for me. Again, I was reading, so I couldn't see chat. Sunflower says, Rock, they said that Cole was looking down yesterday, so I'm not surprised. Hey, Beach Baby. Good seeing ya. Okay. Yes, thank you, Grandma Shelley. Trigger warning. Listen, if you're coming to this channel over the two, hopefully you know there's going to be trigger warnings. But again, thank you. Listen, I appreciate everything everybody does in here. Absolutely. I'm late. I'm going to have to start over. This is worse than I thought. Thanks, Rob. It is worse. If you are just coming in, I didn't sleep worth a shit, and for the first time ever in my life, when I did go to sleep, I guess I was screaming in my sleep. Definitely, what got me yesterday is playing that audio again of Larry's house. And I know when I was playing it, because I played it, 3 times, I thought to myself, what if I would have went and stayed at his house like he tried to make me? I probably wouldn't be here. And that was sad for me. Not because I'm not scared of dying, but I wouldn't. My kids were already pissed off that I was down there doing a case on people that I didn't even know. So, anyway, he never killed Julian. She was dead, but sometimes the human body does strange things after death or in the horse trailer. All the numbing around by thought he saw something, but proven she was dead. You know, Veronica, give props to Veronica that she was able to tase Paul Grice. Both women went down fighting. Wow. Okay. I agree, but have a feeling they are going to push that on Grice. They're going to try. Again, you know, gosh, I've seen so many crazy cases. I can't even tell you. In person, even. When you have a panel of 12, it just takes one. Okay. Wow, so far, I'm just bored. I know. I am too. Well, thank you for watching me. I can't stand my voice, but I am really glad that you guys, I'm glad I can be here for you and that we can talk as a group. Again, if you just came in, I am not one to rose coat things. If I come across something, you hear about it. So, in that sense, a lot of the family thought I was against them. Listen, I spent 10 days, 13, 14-hour days, looking for your loved ones. I can assure you, I never once have thought it was their fault. I never once have thought it was Veronica or Jillian's fault. Ever. Ever. I've never thought that. Do I think the state of Kansas and Department of Children's Services has failed in a big-time way? 1,000%. Hey, Lavender, good to see you. So they didn't cross-examine Paul Grice today. Yes, he got cross-examined. He did get cross-examined. by Tad's attorney. Cole opted out. He waived his rights to a speedy trial. One Law 214. Yes, imagine examining and crossed by 5 lawyers and a state dumbass. Yeah. Listen, I came across a lot of things about Buddy Leach too, so you don't even want to go there. Christopher Hughes. Larry and Judge audio was definitely reminding of how close you were to danger. You're probably right, because I'm not usually scared of shit, as you've seen when Lori pulled the gun on me. I have a caring heart for other people, and the fact that I was so close to going, possibly to Larry's to stay, only because it was really late that night, and I changed my mind because I like my own space, is because money was not the issue. I'm just going to say that money was not the issue at all. As a matter of fact, for the first night, we slept with the horses in Guyman. And the next 2 nights, I slept in my truck in the ditch across from Four Corners. Because I really thought something happened at Four Corners. Something was drawing me to Four Corners and south. I can't explain it. And no, I'm not an empath or whatever. No, I don't see the future. I'm not any of that. So Cora wasn't the shrinking violet everyone thought. No. Sound like she helped plan most of this. I agree, Christopher. Yeah. Grice had no dog in Granny's fight. Yeah, but at any time he could have backed out. Okay? You know, listen, people get drunk, they brag about a lot of things. He bragged that he had killed somebody before, supposedly. Okay. That don't mean he had to do what he did. They're all grown-ass adults. They could have backed out of this at any time. They were all equally responsible in Rock's opinion of the law. So, apparently not, other than some need to prove what a badass he was or something. Yeah. Little man syndrome. This is crazy. Okay, there we are. I'm going to drop the link in case anybody wants to come up. Hold on just a second. Well, no wonder some people were not talking. Let's look at KSN again real quick. See if she has updated since they've ended court. One minute ago. So good. Let me add you guys. And then I'll drop the link. And listen, anybody can come on the panel and talk if you want to. Weird thing to brag about, in my opinion. That's some extreme version of that at Christopher Hughes. Boggles my mind. Let's see here. There we go. We're going to have to give it a minute, guys, because there's going to be a commercial, so just give it a minute. I will mute myself, and actually, I'm going to have to run to the bathroom. So, just give it a minute. Got to let this commercial go 7 seconds. All right. Hold on. We're going to stop that. We're going to make it big so that everybody can see it. I'm going to make sure the volume is up all the way. And it is. Here you go.
New developments right as we started court today. Cole Twombly has waived his right to a preliminary hearing and his right to a speedy trial. He will appear next in court in May. Now, we did begin this afternoon with cross-examination of Paul Grice by Tad's attorneys. A big topic of discussion was whether or not Paul Grice is taking responsibility for the death of Jillian Kelly. Paul said that he did stab her, but is not admitting to being the one killing her. He said that he can't be for sure that she wasn't dead in the trailer. He said he saw her eyes fluttered and was having a panic attack and then stabbed Jillian Kelly. He said she didn't fight back. Now, Tad's attorney said that per the medical examiner's report, cut wounds from Paul paralyzed her from the neck down, which would be why she wasn't fighting back. She also asked about blood. He said that Jillian did bleed while he was stabbing her, not to the same extent as Veronica Butler. But again, they're arguing back and forth. If Paul Grice is the one that killed her, he said he can't be for sure. And Tad's attorney is arguing that the only wounds on Jillian Kelly are from the knife that Paul Grice had, the same knife that was used to kill Veronica Butler. So again, arguing about that fact back and forth. He also said that some of those facts haunt him, that he's had a hard time sleeping. Another topic of discussion was that he admits to lying in his first two interviews with OSBI. He said that yesterday and today he's telling the truth, but admitted in the first interview he did, he may have been drunk. He said he was drinking a lot around that time. So Paul did finish up his testimony on the stand. He also said he told his wife about the murders after they happened. Tad's attorney asked if there was any type of agreement that his wife wouldn't be charged or have to testify, anything like that. He said there's not been a discussion about that. The only discussion is potentially getting off of the death penalty. He said that's what they have discussed in his plea agreement with the state. Now, right now, we are hearing from Jamie Beasley. He is the property owner where Jillian and Veronica were buried. He's discussing how Tad and Tiffany came to his property the day before, asking to cut down the trees on his property, saying he would bury them, and then as well as a pile of concrete that was in his front yard. He said he didn't know exactly where that hole would be dug to bury those things. He said he had assumed it would be in one area. He didn't imagine it would be where that eventual burial site would be. So again, we're hearing his testimony right now, and we'll bring you the latest throughout the day as we're able to leave court and bring you those updates. Here for you in Guyman, Oklahoma, Julia Thatcher, KSN News 3.
Hey, you. There you go. Yeah, I only know of 2 times of them trying to do it. What is the third one? The one was on Veronica's birthday. And then when they did it, what's the third attempt? I missed it. Please help me out there. Listen, I'm going to drop the link in case anybody wants to come up and discuss. You are welcome to come up, say your piece. If you're struggling with something about this, let the chat help you. It's all horrible. Every bit of it's horrible. I mean, people think that Tad's going to waive his right now, too. He's not going to court January 13th. He's going to waive his right. These are going to get drug out, I think. Is this because they got to go to court on April 16th, Tiffany and Cole? That's not stating that trial will start then. Because they got so much left to do. This is sad. They got so much left to do. They're not even at a point to pick a jury. So if anybody's thinking that on April 16th a trial is going to start, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but that's not usually how it goes down. It's not usually how it goes down. Sorry, I had to check on the dogs. I see somebody come up when you get back to the computer. Oh, good. It's Christopher. There you go, Christopher. It's good to see you.
How are you?
Yeah, I had a rough night.
Me too.
I didn't sleep well. When I did go to sleep, I was sleeping, sitting up, and my husband said I was screaming. So, I don't know. I think I was thinking about that audio. It's so weird.
I was up till night. I rewatched Carrie's deal again and learned, I guess, that they had lived at that house for like 9 years. So she they completely started that group there and grafted it and everything. And it was long before that Granny had got into it. That was, where I'm talking about, the house where the Twombies lived.
Right, right.
I guess they lived there 9 years. Supposedly the entire marriage that they've been together, they lived there. So that was one question. But I really, it doesn't shock me that we already got one, one other one bailed out that quick. And yeah, I'm sure the other one, I mean, if he wants to rush into a speedy trial to be, yeah.
He won't do it. That's what I'm trying to explain. And I know that you'll be able to help me with this because you've been there. But okay, so Ricochet says, I wonder what benefit there is to waive, though, other than make a deal meanwhile. Well, for one, it keeps them alive. For two, others could flip, maybe possibly die. Okay?
There was
Anything
none of this
happens,
evidence.
we want to prolong it. Go ahead, speak. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this evidence just coming out. I mean, now the judge or the attorney's got all kinds of things to work at and angles. And man, they just started their job. They didn't even know anything until they got these people on the stand. And yeah, those two witnesses really blew things up.
I honestly, especially with Adams, with Paul Grice saying she was cackling or whatever, I see not guilty, going for the plea of not guilty by temporary insanity.
Oh
But,
yeah, I could see that for sure.
Yeah.
That'd be her only chance. Is that type of defense. I don't see where they can hold this plea agreement that Gore supposedly made to that. There's no way. I've heard it broke down. Basically, I think it's 30 years plus another 10. So I'm thinking 40 years is what it
right.
looks like.
But with good time, I actually did call one of my friends last night, Randy. He's an attorney, and he was looking at it. He was under the assumption, with good time, 35.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. 35,
And that's
38.
without knowing Oklahoma's direct law. But in Kansas, with everything they said, it would put him at 35 years, is what he said. I don't know.
Actually, I believe Oklahoma's law, with being a violent offender, they don't get good time. Is what I think actually the law is down there.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but
I'm just going off. I've done so many cases for other people while I was in that I just remember Oklahoma was real stickler on good times only for the good people. If you're violent or certain levels of crime, you don't even get good time. So
either way, she's looking at 30 plus years.
Yeah, 40 is what I'm going to say. She's pretty stuck there.
Yeah, when somebody said yesterday 15, I thought I was going to have a damn heart attack. If they made a deal with her and she only got 15 years,
I
was going to lose my shit.
She deserves as much on the conspiracy charge to get max type of that, because that's
Absolutely. She was a major planner.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She was more of an instigator. I mean, to be honest with you, I think she fed into Granny more than anything else. And kind of egged her on. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but that would be the way I would look at that. If I was, say, I'm going to be sitting in the juror of that position, and she definitely don't deserve no break. But now, what is so I was under the impression on the autopsy, I thought there were several defensive wounds and a couple other on Julian that, besides for just the hammer marks. I mean, I don't understand where this claim's coming in that he didn't stab her, or he didn't, wasn't only Paul Grice did that. I'm hearing, or I'm just picking up pieces of it. I got to say, I shouldn't be talking because I ain't done enough research right now to even, I'm just.
Well, I can go back to when I was boots on the ground and nothing was let loose. That 14-year-old kid telling me, and other people telling me, they told me that, Jillian was hit over the head by Tad, but with a hatchet. Maybe it wasn't, but I was told a hatchet. So with that said, look at that. And then I was told that Veronica was told that cattle were out and they had to come see it. Now we find out that kids had a baby calf and they wanted Veronica to come see it. That's why
that's a real blowed out story, isn't it? Yeah, let's get mom in there because she'll sucker for a calf. Come see a calf,
Well,
Wow.
it's something that our kids really love,
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna rush right in there. Man, I mean, I'm sorry, but I just like one law just said here on one of the comments where I don't believe the insanity plea should even be a possibility with all the premeditated because you're definitely dead on there, one law, because if this ain't premeditated and thought about for, like I say, that's where Cora needs the book thrown at her. She was the one that was instigating her talking all that time, and she owned up to all that, included her kids in all that. I mean, she should get charges for ruining her daughter's life because really her daughter should be facing charges right now too for being a conspirator, be something in cleaning it up. I don't know what that charge would be, but she definitely put her in that situation.
Yeah.
So be a child endangerment as far as I'm concerned,
Absolutely. So Ricochet says, do they get to stay in county lockup instead of penitentiary or what while they await final disposition of the case?
Oh yeah,
a lot of
county
times they
jail.
stay in county. But
yeah, they're county. Yeah, they ain't gonna see no prison till all this is over. And then most of the time it's even several months after you get sentenced before they take you into prison because they got so much stuff so many laws, like you get visits before you go to prison in county jails and stuff like that.
Most criminals would rather be in prison than a county jail.
Oh yeah, by
Everybody
far.
I've ever known that has went to prison couldn't wait to get out of the jail to get to their prison. That's the truth.
Prison's just like living. I mean, like I say, prison life, it just throws you away to believe that our judicial system thinks it's so hard. I mean, prison's just a daily life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're protected if you've done major crimes. Like the sex offenders, they have their whole ward that's nothing but sex offenders that lives with them. And they're supposed to be they used to be called STOP classes, and now they changed to something else. But basically, trying to reprogram a sex offender, which is an unaccomplishable thing,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. The food in a county jail is absolutely horrible. The living conditions in a county jail are horrible. When you get to the prisons, the living conditions, I've never experienced it, but I did go visit an uncle in a minimal prison in Winfield, Kansas. But everybody that I do know, listen, I'm one of them people that believe that people's past should not always follow them. Good people make mistakes. So I do have friends that's been in prison, and I will say, every one of them said prison was so much better than any county jail. What do you think, Christopher? Again, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, the prison. I mean, the prison that I spent most of my time at grew their own garden, had food bar out there. I mean, anything left over extra that you could get. I mean, you eat good in prison. In county jail, you starve. If you don't have commissary, you literally lose weight in county jails because they don't give you enough to. I mean, every 3 meals a day, it could be 6 of their trays, and you wouldn't be full, or even feel like you've gotten enough calories, or it's pretty bad in county.
Right.
Jail,
Now, I will say, in some cases I've seen, and it's different cases, and it has not been Oklahoma, I'll be the first to say that with COVID, it changed a lot of things, and a lot of people are needing to go to the jail. I have seen people actually move to a prison that still has not been charged because of housing conditions. No room.
Yeah.
So the comment, Ricochet, they are not in custody of DOC until time of conviction. I agree with that, but also I agree that COVID had did a lot of things. And like our jail here in Sedgwick County is full, even that surrounding counties are full. So people that's got a trial a long way from now could possibly be housed in a prison. And that's normal now.
Sedgwick County houses in 5 other counties that I know of.
Right.
That they bust people out of theirs because they're just so overstacked. It's not even funny.
Right. And they have no room to grow. And then I'll be honest with you. Nobody wants to do that job. So I've got friends in Texas that are correctional officers at prisons, and man, they can work 80 hours a week if they want to. because they are that short on help. And in Texas, they're pulling people from Amarillo. I mean, these guards are having to go to different prisons. Say somebody gets sick or they have a surgery, they've got to cover for that normal officer. Listen, there's a job everywhere open, as far as there's so many jobs with the correctional department because nobody wants to do them.
They're looking at ways now to hire past felons to be guards. It's getting that bad now. And that used to be a definite no. And they're looking at, we're going to find a way to do it because we can't get no help.
Right. Spirit Aero Systems builds planes. In their contract, it's always said they could not hire felons. I know 5 felons that work at Spirit right now because they need people.
The felony thing is out the door because there is no help out there, no workforce. It's crazy.
Yeah. Also in the prisons, guys, it depends. They train dogs. They make, as a matter of fact, our prisons are making the tags now, I believe. The blind used to make the tags for the state of Kansas. I'm almost positive that Department of Corrections now makes the car tags for the cars.
I believe you're right.
So, I mean, there's jobs in the prison that's not in the jail. You might be able to be, what are they called when they sweep the floors and they go around and,
custodial or porter work, they call it, jail porter.
Yeah.
But
Or, prisoners do the laundry so they can leave the pod. It's a pod, right? It's called a pod. They leave the pod to go for the day to work in the laundry room. Now, when you're in Sedgwick County Jail, I know this from my grandpa and his clients, they get paid maybe back then 5 cents a day or 5 cents, whatever, an hour. But that money went towards the restitution or their fines. Does that make sense? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, toward any fees or anything. But in county or in prison, there's so many jobs. Like when I did mine, I was actually a Maytag repairman before I went to prison, and I got put in the laundry as a maintenance man and got to work on the machines. And then whenever there wouldn't be nothing broke down, then I'd help maybe fold jeans or something like that just to pass time. And that was a skilled labor job in prison, and it was paying me $1. It was $1.15 an hour. That went to $1.25 or a day. Not an hour. They don't pay anything by the hour, but it's by the day. But that, that was 5 days a week. So end of the month, I had a good amount of check,
Now, did that money go to your commissary, or did that money did you owe restitution and fines?
I didn't owe anything, and mine went right to my commissary. And, in prison, like in the county jails, a ramen noodle, they'll charge you over $1, sometimes even $1.50 for a ramen noodle. County jail, they're like 20 cents, stuff like that. Everything's really, or I should say, in prison, they're 20 cents. In county jails, they'll charge $2 for a cinnamon roll in a county jail. They're making big money off and not feeding you. So you can spend $40 a week in a county jail on commissary and not get what you spent $4 on in prison.
Right. I was helping my grandpa with the case. I helped my grandpa a lot, and I remember going over to Sedgwick County Jail, and of course, attorneys get to see their clients. And my grandpa had me doing a lot of things on this case, and so I went with him. And the lady he was helping, she said, I'll buy you a Happy Meal. It's $1.99. And I said, a Happy Meal, $1.99. How long you been in here? Them things are like $6. I don't remember what I said. And my grandpa started laughing. He said, a Happy Meal is ramen noodles and a candy bar or something.
Right.
And I was thinking, this lady's crazy. She's going to buy me a Happy Meal for helping my grandpa, and she's going to pay $1.99. And how's she going to get it? How's she going to get me McDonald's when she's in jail? Anyway, my grandpa teased me for a long time about that.
Right.
So one law, I want to get to some comments real quick. One law wants to say to Ricochet, and I'm going to give you a moment, Christopher, after every time. And listen, I appreciate you coming up here and giving us your take on it. I love you for it. I appreciate it. And I know Chad appreciates it. So here we go. So county jails are often already condemned by feds. The advantage to county because of local people like Adams. Murdaugh was doing great in local jail. So, wouldn't you say that's because it's locally? Like my uncle, when he first went to prison, went all the way to Norton, Kansas, which is what, 7-8 hour drive. So it would be the advantage to any county jail would basically be because you would be close where your family.
Yeah, you speak of Norton. I did some time there. It was, I mean, they put you out there so you don't get no visits.
Yeah, I drove out there one time, and
Middle of
again,
nowhere.
my husband was a U.S. Marshal and begged me not to go, and I wanted to go see my uncle, and I went anyway, and it was scary. I was scared. I'd never been, and we sat in a room, and all these people were staring at me, and my uncle was stupid. He told them that I was married to a U.S. Marshal, and they were asking me about U.S. Marshals. I felt like I was going to get killed in there. It was crazy.
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
So,
Sticking with the jacket on walking in, people are going, what's she? Yeah, she's going to report something. Yeah.
it was crazy. So I didn't go see my uncle again until he went to minimum in Winfield, and that don't even have a fence.
Yeah, you can jump over that one.
I was scared
3
there too because I was scared somebody was going to get in my car or be under my car, and
right.
it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they're always looking for there.
Beach Baby says send them down with the bed bugs, staph infections. I mean, there's a lot going on in the jails and the prisons, honestly.
Yeah, it was COVID. Man, they come in and sprayed every 2 hours with this spray, and it was, it's kind of crazy because anything breaks out in there, and you got everybody in the jail got it.
One law, you're correct. The name was trustee. That's what they use here too at the jail.
Trustee. Yeah, trustee. Yeah.
Ostrich says, we appreciate you, Christopher, and I do. I know you're a good person, and I know this case has really got you, and I know you pray all the time, and I love your prayers, and also helping us understand the system and what goes on. I know a lot of people don't like to talk about their past, and I appreciate you not hiding that and being forthcoming and telling us, how things work. Thank you.
No problem there. My past is what's made me where I am. To put it this way, I learned everything the hard way, and I ain't going back again. I know that.
Yeah, there's another yes. Thank you for your insights, at Christopher. Yes, absolutely, 1,000%.
So, what did they did in the cross-examination on him today? Did they? What they were all trying to nail it that he did it all, and I mean that's got me baffled.
Well, it sounds like, and chat can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not always right. Sounds like Cole went in, waved his right like Tiffany did yesterday, so the only one left was Tad. And basically, Tad's attorney is trying to say Tad didn't kill Jillian. He didn't have a knife. It had to be Grice. Grice killed both women. So it seems like they're trying, and y'all in chat, let me know. Seems like they're trying to pin both murders on Grice, is what it sounds like, Christopher, to me. So Tad's attorney was cross-examining, but basically Paul Grice and trying to convince people that Paul Grice did both killings. I think that's what I think.
She had almost as many stab wounds as what Veronica did. They were different, more defensive style, but he definitely had to have a knife. There's no way Paul stabbing her 3 times or whatever in the trailer did as much as what was done to her, because it was 20-some stab wounds on her and 30-some on Veronica. Is what it wasn't that much difference,
Help us out, chat, because I could have this wrong. Listen, sometimes I got to watch things several times just to get it right in my head, because every time I watch it, I see something that I missed. I'm gonna say, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, that when Tad hit Veronica with the hatchet or the hammer or whatever, that paralyzed Veronica, right?
Yeah, Julian.
I mean, that's what I understand.
Talking Julian.
I mean, Julian, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the way I don't know though. It was saying, I know that there was defensive wounds on her hands, and there were several. I thought they just said like superficial wounds. I have to go back and look at that autopsy again, but it was almost as many as what Veronica had. You know, I mean, just wasn't as deep, but they laid it out as the one that took her life was supposedly the ones in the neck that stopped her ability to breathe. But they way they thought that was they were one of the. Of course, they don't have no timeline for which wound happened first.
Right.
But they was,
well, also they were in that hole for 14 days.
Yeah, and they said she was shoved in first. See, the way that they broke it down was that she was already loaded in the trailer when they had to get Veronica loaded yet, and she basically he was like saying that he didn't know how she got in there, but she was already in there or something. That was all in part of Grice's statement yesterday.
Right, and then Veronica actually got the taser and tased him in the arm, and his arm went numb, and he's screaming for help. Who helped him? Who helped him?
That's crazy.
And then,
beat up.
And then Cora gives Tiffany the taser, and Tiffany tases Veronica. The way I understood it.
Wow. Yeah, they didn't go into very details on trying to get any more information out of her. The way it sounded, huh? Or at least by that second. Was that a reading or was that an actual show that you could watch on that YouTuber that?
Oh, it's a show. I'll bring it up again. I'm kind of confused here for you to see Smile. Yeah, how did Jay have a finger sliced if Tad didn't have a knife?
Exactly.
I will tell you that it's been known many times. Paul Grice is the one that about cut his pinky finger off. But when people go to the act, and listen, stabbings are personal, okay? But the knife gets bloody, and I believe that Paul Grice actually stabbed. He's the one that cut his own finger off.
Yeah.
If you stab somebody enough times and that knife is bloody, it's going to be slippery. And most of the time, the person doing the stabbing ends up with some kind of wound.
Well, what for you to smile? They're saying that Julian had defensive wounds, and if she was hit with the hammer and there was no that would have knocked her out, then it wouldn't make sense. He had to stab her too, and there had to be more to it because there was like 20. I think there was over 20. I know it was over 20 counts of defensive type.
Well, and they also said that Paul Grice said, I stabbed her maybe 2 to 3 times.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't want her to be buried alive.
Which I see his point completely there, because she wasn't done,
Lavender says, in my opinion, they are trying to say Paul did both unalivings, but there is Tad's DNA found, so how did it get there? Yeah, I don't know. I think they were trying. I also believe they're trying to get Grice to say he did both.
Well, I guarantee you, Tad's attorney's job is to get someone else to look guilty. That'd be the only chance of kind of getting off. But realistically, he's got the premeditated so far. He was thinking days ahead, digging holes and everything else. There's no way they should throw either one of these plea agreements out and put them all on trial. There's no way that any of this is. I don't know if you can believe any of it.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
There's no way there should be any type of deal on. I was sure hoping that when they shut it off, it was because the grand jury stepped in and indicted it. That would be what I would. That would be the best case scenario. It should happen.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Yeah. Well, maybe I don't know if it still can or not.
I don't think it can once they do the preliminary, because that's the whole point. You get a grand jury indictment not to have a preliminary.
Right. Well, they really didn't do preliminary, but for one of them.
Not only that, I'm going to go over and beyond and make a remark that some people are not going to like, but Buddy Leach was known to be friends with these people. Somebody involved, and I'm not going to point it out, that is a family member of some of the accused, said Buddy Leach used to come over to Tiffany's house all the time. So he knows these people away from. That's what gets me. If he actually knows these people and friends with them, why wouldn't he recuse himself when they bring in another D8? I don't know.
don't get me wrong, I'm just going off of comments that I remember seeing in other things, but I thought somebody said that maybe they were romantically involved at one time with Granny. He was.
Well, I'm telling you, it was somebody that lived in that house that told me that Buddy Leach used to come there all the time. So
That's what I was told, was he was romantically involved with her or something like that. You know, I'm like I say, I'm sure it was a speculation, but I've been in so many chat rooms and stuff over these times that I just remember somebody saying it, and it was a local person too. In there.
Right. So
used to be quite a few of them in those. Well, like when Norm and all them had theirs going, and I don't them when it first started, there must have been 25 different YouTubers making videos and had chat rooms going, and then it dwindled off because everything went slow and everybody gave up. But man, there was a bunch, and they would draw groups in that you're like, how do you know this? And, you know, they know information that they would throw you away.
right, I want to answer this question to Deb C. Was there
Mhm.
Paul's blood found on Jillian's clothes? I do want to say this. They came out and said that Tad's DNA was on Jillian's and Veronica's DNA was with Grice. But I'm going to tell you right now, they didn't let us know. We won't find out till trial. But I would imagine that both of them's got DNA on both these women because even touch DNA,
Yeah,
even
they
the
will
flake we are shedding at all times, that's our DNA. So if you was in the scene, you've got Tiffany's DNA there. You've got Cora's DNA. You got everybody's DNA on these women. My
Yeah,
opinion.
they said it took both of them to load Veronica, you know, and you know that type. You know, guaranteed they were both on everything. I mean, they definitely aren't getting away with the whole because there wasn't. And I'm obviously now we know that Paul's DNA would be on
Jillian
her
too.
too. Yeah, if he did stab her, he admitted to that. So, you know, yeah, that law is thrown completely out there. There ain't no testing going to isolate or indicate either way on that one.
But we also got to remember there's a gag order on this case, and they're only going to let us know what they want us to know. So they let us know that there was DNA from Tad with Jillian to connect Tad to Jillian, and Grice on Veronica to connect that. But I'm almost guaranteeing you, all of them that was around, their DNA was all over.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, Cora's had to be there too, probably.
Oh, absolutely. Well,
On something.
didn't the tasers get thrown in the hole? And Cora, okay, Paul Grice left his taser at home. Cora had to bring him a taser. Well,
So
Veronica got that taser, got Paul Grice. Cora obviously handed the taser to Tiffany, from what I heard. So look, everybody's touched that damn taser.
Yeah. Yeah, I guarantee
everybody but Cole. I do feel like they're minimizing Cole's part in all this.
Yeah, well, of course, he was the big plot, though. I mean, you spend all day digging holes and gathering freezers and getting trailers lined out, and man, yeah.
Well, they're saying they only let him know like the day before because he was a drinker and he would tell.
Yeah, I think they're saying that one wrong, but
yeah, I think they're minimizing it. I really do.
Yeah, because he brought extra hay, he brought extra clothes. That was just a last of the minute thing. Huh? Yeah, he knew a lot too. They all should just be throw the key away, bury him in some cold prison, and let them both die there. All die there.
Right, and we do have to remember, like Ricochet says, they only had to put up enough evidence to go to trial. That's absolutely correct, and there is still a gag order on this.
Yeah, you're right.
So
I just can't believe that they were. Well, I can that they attacked. They're going to go after the dude that turned first for sure. So they can make up a good story there. But he sure got himself into it the way he described it. So.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, I don't know how. I don't know what his plea deal was because I didn't never hear that one. I heard hers broke down, but I never did hear what his was. And man, how can you give somebody that did actually kill both of them a plea deal to get out of? I mean, man, there's no way that there would be a justifiable deal for him.
No.
Just take the death penalty off. That's it. You're going to rot the rest of your life in jail and nobody's going to talk to you.
Right. And what, here we go. I don't believe that Cole knew the night before. I believe he knew the day before because they said it, and maybe a couple days before. But also, you know, we got to realize for 1,000 times, you know, there is a gag order, so they're only going to try to bring out as much as they can in a preliminary. And so even Buddy Leach probably, you know, when they said he didn't dive deeper and he was kind of protecting them, maybe it's because he's saving that for a trial. But I don't know. With what I've heard, I just feel like Buddy Leach should have, you know, recused himself and got somebody else in. But I don't know. That's
Right.
my
I don't
opinion.
think anybody there shouldn't be anybody in that court system allowed to do it the way it sounds. You know, they all
Yeah.
are working it.
Well, I really hope it gets moved to Oklahoma. So I'm just going to keep
Yeah.
on that. Okay.
Most
So,
definitely.
yeah, they said that they used the skidster to lift
To pick up
Veronica and put her in that freezer. They did say
Mhm.
that.
But they both had to load her into the trailer first because she was actually killed outside the trailer. And then they said that Julian had been carried in, wasn't in the freezer, which I didn't understand that. But it was already in the trailer before they had to work to get her, and he had to back the trailer up to it to Veronica to load her.
Right, correct. So I did add this in here. I don't know if you can see the screen because a lot of times when you're on StreamYard, you can't see the screen.
I can see it.
Yeah, that's Gavin Fish, and that's the direct link to the women. And he did a phenomenal job on this.
Yeah, I watched that one too.
Yeah, I'm going to show you what it looks like so that when people go to it. But if you have not seen this with Gavin, it was really good. You should go watch it. A Fight for Their Lives. He really breaks it down very, very good.
Yeah, that's the one that went in, and that's how I got the count. Was off watching that one.
Right. Right.
When say he went into everything, and she had, it was there's a lot more defensive wounds. Let's put it this way: he didn't knock her out with the first hammer blow. I know that because there was way too much.
I think that
fighting and defensive wounds.
Right. Well, you know, I'm like he said, it took him Gavin Fish says it took him a while to learn how to read medical examiners' reports, and you know, just having the paper, you know, you can read it and go, oh yeah, I think I understand it. For those of you out there that don't, go check this guy out because he definitely breaks it down and he does it very tactfully
And
not
very
preaching.
simple, so the simple brains like mine can understand it.
Right. And you don't go into real gruesome stuff. So it's all hard to hear, no matter how you slice it there. It's hard to hear.
Yeah, I was down to all kinds of things going on. Hopefully, you know, she went out easy that that one scared me. That one upset me just getting her autopsy saying it was just as bad as Veronica's, you know, or because it didn't give me any reassurance.
Yeah, I want to say this. Deb C says, okay, if they plan this, wouldn't think they would make another plan too if they got caught. Look, I do want to say this, and people jump me all the time, and I really could give a rat's ass what anybody thinks. This is what I think. I know. I was out there looking for them, and I was all over the place between Tiffany's and everywhere else. The only place I didn't go was the school and Cad's and the Twombly's. But I'm telling you, I didn't see anybody looking. I didn't see shit. And after Carrie got there, I want to say like the next Wednesday or Thursday, we'd have to go back and listen to my lives. And you know, I'm just really hammering Ellie and why is nobody looking? Why is there not a command center? You know, I came down here to look for women. I didn't come down here to run the show. Like, what is going on here? We actually started seeing a lot more troopers. Like across from El Road, there was 2 troopers sitting there one day, just out of the blue. And I hadn't seen any Ellie doing shit. And then we was in Boise City, and they were about 15 SUVs deep. we actually started seeing some action. I'm not going to say it was because of me, but I'm telling you, for several days there wasn't shit going on. Nobody looking, nobody doing anything.
I promise. The only reason it kept going was because somebody else was looking. Because if it not, they would have shut off. They wouldn't have found anything.
If you go down and you talk to people in that area, it's normal for a homicide to be ruled as a suicide. Okay, that's normal.
And like I say, over half the people they find dead, they can't even identify. So that why would they report them? You
Not
want to
only that,
report?
when
You
I was
want to report
watching
it.
Melanie, it was said that they was probably taken by sex traffickers. That's why the car was left, and they were taken by sex traffickers. Okay, yeah, I wasn't buying that. Never once did I buy that.
No, that's the norm in that area is just to write it off as unknown, and well, if you ain't got no evidence, it's just another one not solved. I guarantee
Not
you,
only,
but they
yeah,
don't even
not-
have a
Go
list of
ahead.
how many that they have there.
Right.
That Seaboard, I mean, that place, there's been so many deaths that they get killed working there, and they don't even, if they don't fill out no paperwork, they don't have to worry about getting no insurance money because ain't nobody can even say who was there working.
Right. And I believe they hire a lot of illegals. And I also want to say something to that fact, because we showed something yesterday where the grain elevator at Seaboard was blocked, and they finally got it unblocked, and there was 2 dead bodies in there. How long was them dead bodies in there?
Yeah, grain elevators take a long time to cycle through. Started at the top and took about 2 months to get to the bottom, probably.
Let's go through some chat here. That one gal saying Tad was shooting eye daggers at Cole probably means whatever plan they had went south. Could be.
Yes.
Then we got Belladonna. It is possible that somehow Tad and Tad's mom had made arrangements to help Paul's family if Paul would say he killed Julian too. You know, I want to go back to Paul's testimony. He says he went home and told his wife about the murders. Did OSBI ever talk to his wife, or did she ever go to them and say, hey, my husband came home and murdered people? That's going to be interesting. What does chat think? I'm going to keep going because I see another remark, Ruby Tuesday. You were here yesterday, and we'll get to your remark. Okay. Belladonna says, nothing would surprise me with this bunch. I agree. Ostrich says, at Belladonna, I would say more like threats, but that's my opinion. True. With so many people knowing, did Tad's mom know? It's hard to know if she knew. I don't know. We won't know. I mean, Buddy Leach might know. OSBI might know if now that Paul Grice is actually telling the truth. And Ruby Tuesday, no, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm not saying that they were doing shit because of me. I'm just telling you there were several days I didn't even see any police, nobody looking. And then all of a sudden, there's more involved. So, what do you think there, Chris? Oh, lost Christopher. We'll add him back. Eagles, Stars, and Stripes, if he wants to come back. Core completely folded with her deal. Please tell me she has to serve the full 30 years before she is eligible for parole. You know, she's got the 1 charge and then the 10-year charge. I'm not a lawyer. My friend's a lawyer, but he's a lawyer here in Kansas. When he figured it out last night, he said 35 years. I don't know. We'd have to see the Oklahoma law, but 35 years with good time, he said, if they get good time. So, Nana says, how have Laney and Barrett avoided charges? That would be the Cooks, and I don't know. And maybe they haven't avoided charges. Maybe they were waiting for somebody to flip. And 2 has. So, you know, it's always better than to guess what happened is to get somebody that was involved in it to tell you what happened. Because then they got a first count of what's going on. And Paul Grice definitely said the first time he's pretty sure he was drunk when he went there. And the second time he lied. So, it sounds like to me he was playing games with OSBI. I wasn't there. That's just a speculation. So, with that said, it's a speculation. I did drop the link. I don't know if Christopher's. I hope I wasn't cutting him off. If I was, I apologize. Sometimes I get a little worked up too. I should mute myself. I'll try to do better at that. I think it's like 35 years because 45 years, 85% of the time has to be served, 30 of it suspended, and then that extra charge of 10 years. Yeah, I don't know, guys. If anybody wants to come up, even those that don't agree with us, you have a right to your opinion. I will mute and let you say whatever you want to say. This is your time to talk if you want to talk about this case. I can tell you right now, I'll mute myself and let you talk if you want to do that. Ricochet says, my internet is flaking out and I need to go shuttle someone somewhere, so I'll catch up later. Thanks for coming, Ricochet. Have a great day. I know. Oh, and don't forget, well, I wonder if Carrie and them changed their time. Because last I looked, they were going to go live at 7:30, but now that courts is over, I mean, they could very possibly be headed back home. I don't know. Also, they could just stay there because I know for me, it's a 5-hour drive. I know for Carrie, it's 3 or 4. And I'm cutting out because my internet's completely full, it says. Let's see here. If I keep cutting out, let me know and I'll back out and come back in. Didn't Paul and his family try to run right before he was arrested? I can't remember. Paul went to a friend, asked what it would take to get a family to Mexico. So was that after he let his wife know what happened? Because you're correct. Remember, he went to a friend and was asking how he gets a family to Mexico, is what it sounds like. I'm cutting out. Am I still cutting out? Ooh, my aviator's gone. Okay, hold on. I'm going to back out, stay here, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, is that any better? Let me drop the link here. Also, I will look up Carrie's too to let you guys know. Okay, it is better. Okay, well, because I walked myself completely out and restarted everything and came back in. For those of you who do want to go see Carrie's, I'm going to look it up for you. They very well might have went past the time of checkout and going to relax a little bit and then do their live. I don't know. So see if they've changed anything as far as when they're going to go live. We pretty much went over everything that was in court, but again, they're there. Let's see here. I'm going to share this so that you guys can see it. Okay. It says scheduled 12/18/24 at 7:30. So there you go. So it's still set for 7:30 tonight. Okay, let me go back up. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, that was a round the world tour. No, Carrie's show's still showing that just tonight. They don't have anything changed, so I don't know what she's got going on, but definitely nothing early. Probably took a road trip home.
Yeah, I want to say that her road trip is still in Oklahoma, but it's still a 3 or 4 hour drive. And I literally am maybe 10 minutes from Derby, and that's where Tara says she's from. So she's looking at a good 5 hour drive, 5.5. So
Yeah, they might get home by 7 then. Or she might get home still by 7.
and it's very possible. Usually checkouts at 11. This was still going on after 12 because we watched News Channel 3. Say it was still going on. So
Right.
they very well. I mean, if you got to pay for the hotel, why not relax and stay there anyway? So they could still be doing the hotel thing. We don't know. We're only assuming. So it looks like 7:30 no matter what.
She's got to get home to Joe. What do you mean?
Yeah, I understand that. But, again, if you're already, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, if I sit in there and listen to all that and all that stress, I wouldn't want to do a 5.5 hour drive home. I would want to go eat, relax. And lives aren't easy. Okay. Being a creator up here, it's really not easy trying to get you guys all that and maybe give them a little time to relax. They might just very well stay there and relax, maybe visit with the family. They very well all could have went to eat. It starts getting late. I don't like driving in the dark.
Yeah, that's quite the trip. I've got to check into what the more breakdown on what the cross-examination stuff was this morning. I ain't seeing anybody really. I guess that what you was reading that off of someone's
Yes,
deal.
it was Lauren. For some reason, I can't get to her Facebook, and actually, it was sent to my phone, and I was able to pull it up. But I'll tell you guys what it is. Let's see here. Lauren also has an attorney that does a really good job. But Lauren, it sounds like Lauren was there. Lauren's from New York, but it sounds like she was there, and she broke it down really good. So,
Yeah, she was giving stuff that definitely wasn't to candy coat anything or not offend somebody. She was giving it out like it came. I can't imagine how traumatized that family is after sitting through any of that.
Yeah.
That was very, very, very rude way to start a trial out.
Right. If one of the mods, because listen, my Facebook on here won't allow me to do it. If you could post her link, I'm going to give you the name and post it. And Christopher, then all you have to do is click on that and you'd be able to go to it. So,
right.
Because she had a lot of information in there, and I even read the rest that was from yesterday, and she had a lot more than I had heard from anybody. So,
right, yeah. Yeah, she was putting out details that they were, of course, Carrie and them was saying that, they was trying to protect the family and not put out anything that was going to be too
yeah, and
gruesome.
that's okay, but we need to hear everything.
Yeah, it sounded to me like everything was gruesome. I mean, the way she described the outbreak in the courtroom was way different than what Carrie and Tara explained it. They were like, oh, it was just minor. The way it was a chaos.
Right.
Called the attorneys, everything up to the counter. And, yeah.
I am pulling up Lauren's YouTube because she does have a YouTube too, and see if she's got anything on it. She's got a Twitter, but what I read earlier was from her Facebook.
That's one link I hadn't. I think I watched one on your show one time, but I don't remember her any other way that I've ever ran across that link.
Okay, here we go. This is Lauren's. Let me see. I've only pulled it up so you guys can see it, so I haven't clicked into it to see if she's put any of this on there. Let's see here. Let's go to live. 5 days ago for live. Okay, so it's obvious that her Facebook, though, is not updated with this case. Just FYI.
Right. Okay.
So, but that was the Facebook. Again, if anybody, any of the mods are able to get into her Facebook, there it is. Ostrich posted it. And well, I can't, like, if I try to click on it on my computer, it won't bring it up. It'll just put it on the screen. See? So I have no way to pull it up.
Right.
Now, maybe. But anyway, she went into really good detail.
Yeah.
I know it's quiet. I'm trying to get to my YouTube so that I can get to the screen and see if I can pull it up this way. And then I can screenshot it. Do this.
Boy, I know they better get them those people separated tonight in jail. They better not. They better have Cora farmed out and Paul out of there for sure. And boy, I think everybody needs to be out of there.
Right.
I'm thinking one of them. I definitely wouldn't want her back up there testifying.
Was you saying that you didn't get to hear day 2 update? Is that what you didn't get to hear? Okay. Let me get a drink of water and I'll read it to you guys again. And then we can discuss. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Day 2 updates. During today's cross-examination of Paul Grice by Tad Colum's attorney, Joy Miskell, new revelations came to light. Miskell argued that Colum allegedly did not have a knife, but did allegedly break Jillian's neck or paralyze her with a hammer before placing her in the trailer. She further questioned how anyone could confirm it was Coleman and not Adams, since no one witnessed it directly. We hope and pray Kelly did not experience severe pain. It was revealed that Kelly was likely paralyzed when Grice saw her lying in the trailer with her eyes fluttering yesterday. Grice claimed he stabbed Kelly only 2 to 3 times, but Miskell countered that the medical examiner's report suggested more wounds and argued that Grice alone was responsible for Kelly's death. Grice admitted he did not see Colum with a knife, though, as Miskell noted, that doesn't mean he didn't have one. She continued to push Grice to take full accountability for the deaths of both Kelly and Veronica Butler, but Grice resisted, stating he wasn't certain Kelly was deceased in the trailer. He explained that in his hunting experience, he had seen animals flutter or twitch or post-mortem. While Grice has confessed to his role in the horrific acts, it seems the defense is working hard to paint him as the sole party responsible. Cole Twombly also waived his rights to a speedy trial in the preliminary hearing on day 2. He's due back in court the same time as Adams, April 16, 2025. Since it was down to only one defendant, the state was able to rest their case against Tad Colum about an hour ago. Judge Jett quickly ruled that there was enough evidence to move forward with the trial for Colum on all accounts: murder, conspiracy, kidnapping, unlawful discretion of a body, unlawful removal of a body. Colum is due back in court January 13th to set a trial date. And then she goes on to day 1 of the preliminary, and I'm going to read that to you too, because she goes in detail. Day 1 of the preliminary hearing in Texas County, Oklahoma, revealed shocking details about the disturbing case Tiffany Michelle Adams, Cole Twombly, Tad Colum, Ford Twombly, and Paul Grice. These 5 stand accused of kidnapping, conspiring to murder, and brutally killing Julia Kelly and Veronica Butler, 2 innocent Kansas mothers. What remained clear throughout the day, these incredible mothers fought hard. They fought until the end. Both Butler had 2 children with Adam's son and had endured a grueling 4-year custody battle. What unfolded in the courtroom was chilling, emotional, and deeply unsettling. We learned a lot more than what initial filings and affidavits revealed, including an obsession with American state nationalism and David Straight, a sovereign citizen guru. In fact, defendant Grice admitted to wearing a David Straight sweatshirt the day of the murders. It turns out the 5 defendants met for a prayer group on Sunday and Wednesday nights, about 10 other people and all their children, at the Twombly's home and the home of their friends Lacey and Barrett Cook. The Cook's eldest daughter is married to Cole Twombly's son, Frank. This group was initially coined God's Misfits, but on the stand, Cora Twombly explained this name was somewhat of a joke. Her husband, Cole, claimed they didn't fit in anywhere, so they referred to themselves as this form from time to time, although not affiliated with any larger group. The first day of the preliminary trial opened up with a surprise. Alleged mastermind Tiffany Michelle Adams' attorney Mitchell Solom announced that she was waiving her right to both a preliminary hearing and a speedy trial. The decision stunned everyone in the courtroom, fueling questions about whether Adams might be working on a plea deal or just giving another fuck you to the family so she could seemingly do things her way. It's important to note that she's not waiving an actual trial. She can't do that. She's due back in court April 16th and could be presented with a plea deal or future trial date. Colum, her romantic partner, appeared surprised at this news. His neck turned red and a vein bulged. I locked eyes with Coleman at one point in the morning and quickly looked. The way his eyes were almost black, and I'd never been in the room with alleged murderers before. He was also much larger in person, very unsettling. Speaking of the defendants, they entered the small courtroom shackled and wearing bulletproof vests, with each defense attorney at different times asking if their client could be uncuffed to take notes for their testimony. Judge A. Clark Jett denied those requests. He seemed pretty great, by the way, in parentheses she put. Some described Adams as disturbingly cheerful, almost giggling when she entered, while Colum's presence was ice cold. He leaned back in his chair a lot, offering no emotion. Cole Twombly appeared a bit disengaged, almost aloft. Did he even realize he was at his own murder trial? ? However, Cole Twombly played less of a role than we initially realized, but just as guilty in my opinion. The first witness called by District Attorney Buddy Leach was Cora Twombly, who had agreed to testify in exchange for a recommendation of a significantly reduced sentence. Her deal included a life sentence with 30 years suspended for murder, 10 years for conspiracy, and no charges for kidnapping. This effectively boiled down to as little as 15 years with good behavior time served, plus the 10, a fact that didn't sit well with many of us in the courtroom. Why would the DA offer that sweet deal when they had Grice? ? Overall, Cora Twombly appeared to show no remorse. It looked like she even tried to make herself cry, which didn't work at all. She got slightly emotional when her minor daughter was brought up, the minor who knew everything about the murder. She was 16, however, did not choose to tell and save the life of 2 women based on the alleged lies that she was told by her mother and the alleged lies that Tiffany Adams fed her mother, that her grandchildren, Butler's children, were abused and Butler let it happen. Therefore, according to Cora and Adams, she had to die. There's no physical evidence the children were abused. As a side, Cora Twombly testified that in August 2023, Veronica Butler's ex and Adams' son, Wrangler Rickman, who has a history of drug use, which led him to losing custody of the kids, with Adams having his visitation rights. Again, reading that again, I have seen no paperwork of Wrangler ever losing custody of his kids, so if somebody has that, I'd like to see it. Anyway, and his girlfriend informed Adams and Colin that they would be over to pick up his children. Adams and Colin called their anti-government crews over armed. When Rickman showed up, he was met by Colin, Twombly, Grice, and a crew with all types of pistols and AR-15s. Rickman left without his children. A few months later, he was arrested on a weapons charge after a felony and turned in by his own mother and her boyfriend, Tad Colin. Cora testified that Adams first approached her with a plan to kill Veronica, claiming she could no longer afford the ongoing custody battle over Butler's children. The initial plan was to use a vice, once to be believed as an animal, to smash Butler's windshield while she was driving. Adams wanted to do it on her birthday, thinking she would have plans to go out. She convinced both Twombly and Colum to execute this plan, with Twombly driving the truck while Colum threw the vice from the bed of the truck. Adams even asked the two to practice with a vice with some hay bales. They didn't. The attempt fell apart when Butler didn't leave her house that day. This failure didn't deter Adams. He began devising a more calculated and gruesome plan with the help of Cullum and Grice. By March, Adams had pulled Paul Grice and Tad Cullum into her scheme. Cora Twombly was already in. Adams used manipulation and religious scripture to justify Butler and convince Paul Grice, once again claiming Butler was allowing her children to be abused. According to Grice, she preyed on his traumatic childhood. He claimed his father was physically abusive and his desire to protect children. Grice also told the group lies when he was drunk, claiming that he was part of a mercenary group that took out child abuser types. That was all a lie, but it must have piqued Adams' interest further. Cullum allegedly took much of a logistical preparation, including renting the property, securing a trailer, and digging a burial site using a skid steer. Adams also knew that Butler would have a supervisor with her, but allegedly lied to the group that it would be Kelly until the day before. According to Cora Twombly, Adams told her Kelly was a nobody. She was a mother of four, a preacher's wife, and a wonderful person, but evil doesn't see that. According to Twombly and Grice, Adams' plan was to meet Butler and Kelly off of Highway 95 at L Road, as it was almost an S shape. They could easily park and veer off the road somewhere naturally. And this is in parentheses, why the judge didn't force them to meet at a secure location like a sheriff's office, knowing the custody turmoil is mind-blowing. They would borrow Cole Twombly's cousin's Clint's truck, and then she has in parentheses, he's the sheriff of Cimarron County where the five live, and hook up Adams' gooseneck trailer to the back. He's not the sheriff till after the first of the year. But anyway, Adams would lure Butler and Kelly to the trailer by claiming that Butler's children had a baby calf that she needed to see. Before Grice would attack Butler and Cullum, before Grice would attack Butler and Cullum would attack Kelly. Adams realized a week before their plan that they would need a fifth person to pull this off. They looped in Cora's husband, Cole. Cora Twombly initially testified that they didn't include him sooner because he drank too much and might spill the beans. Cole Twombly's attorney, Villa Lopez, would object from time to time, citing spousal privilege. It was sustained. The Twombly's job was to act as lookouts for anyone coming from the north or the south sides. Cora seemingly did much more. She admittedly bought the burner phones they used that day, called Grice to confirm Butler was on her way to the location, and even briefly following her, in addition to something even more heinous than we'll identify shortly. I'm going to stop right there for a minute. They're saying that in court yesterday that Cora said she bought the burner phones. Cora seemingly did much more. She admittedly bought the burner phones they used that day. According to Cora, it was determined that Grice and Cullum would kill the women. However, the manner was not discussed among the five, only the fact that Cullum and Grice didn't want to use guns because they were too noisy and could be traced back to them. This seemed ridiculous. They didn't want to discuss how they would kill the women? D.A. Leach didn't press Twombly for further details. Odd. The day before the murders, the group surveyed the scene one more time, calling to express concerns about the location, fearing it might make them easy suspects, but the plan proceeded anyway. When Cora Twombly was on the stand, she spoke about being able to see the crime scene from her lookout location and claimed she knew something went wrong when she saw two people running from the trailer back to Butler's car. Many assumed it was Butler and Kelly, but D.A. Leach didn't ask her to clarify. It was later revealed that it was Butler and Grice. Twombly testified that she drove to the location and heard Paul Grice screaming for help as he had Butler pinned down, and she was fiercely fighting for her life. Twombly said she then handed her stun gun that Adams had previously purchased for them to Adams. D.A. Leach didn't follow up with that. And then what happened? To amplify the brutal nature of these crimes, instead he moved on. At this point, many in the courtroom questioned whose side he was on. He seemed more intent on minimizing the violence than prosecuting the defendants. However, Grice later testified to what Adams did with the stun gun, providing gruesome clarity. When Paul Grice took the stand, who looks no more older than 16, by the way, he's 31, second chair prosecutor Tess Smith guided him through his testimony, eliciting raw and real emotion. Grice was visibly remorseful, though many felt it was a little too late. He recounted the moments leading up to the attack, describing how he crouched in the trailer waiting for Adams to bring Butler and Kelly inside. When Butler peeked in, he struck her on the right side of the head multiple times with a hammer until the hammer broke. Butler fought back and managed to tase Grice, leaving his arm temporarily numb before she ran. Grice chased her, tackling her to the ground, yelling for help. Twombly arrived at the scene, handed Adams the stun gun. We speculate, because Leach didn't follow up, that Adams used it to incapacitate Butler further, although Grice to continue his attack. Later, Cora also admitted to sweeping dirt over the blood at the scene and adding floor dry to soak some of it. Adams hadn't anticipated so blood. She wanted it in the trailer. Meanwhile, Colum Adams restrained Kelly. Grice later testified that Colum had initially planned to break Kelly's neck, but couldn't because the angle wasn't right. Instead, Grice thought Colum stabbed Kelly repeatedly, though he never saw the act or saw Colum with a knife. He testified that only saw Kelly had blood at the top of her head. It was later revealed through testimony that it's believed that Colum did allegedly paralyze Kelly by breaking her neck and using a hammer, but not confirmed. Grice sobbed, and he described both women screaming bloody murder during the attacks. He eventually heard a gasp and a final scream from Kelly, at which point he panicked and began stabbing Butler. Grice admitted he didn't know where or how many times he stabbed her. Grice attempted to stand but collapsed to the ground, catching his breath when Smith asked what Adams was doing. Grice's response sent chills through the courtroom. Adams walked around the murder scene, circling the trailer, Butler's body, and Grice himself, all while laughing maniacally. Grice described the laugh as an evil and chilling, calling it the most terrible sound he's ever heard. The courtroom erupted in gasps and sobs, prompting Judge Jett to pause proceedings and remind the room of the defendant's right to a fair trial, but the damage was done. The courtroom now had a first-hand account of the sheer brutality of the crimes. Grice testified that Adams backed the trailer up to make it easier to load Butler's body inside. He had injured his hand during the attack, and Twombly provided duct tape to wrap it. Grice was then instructed to get inside the trailer where Colum was to drive to the burial site. Twombly drove Adams home. Inside the trailer, Grice discovered Kelly lying on her back in the corner. He noticed her eyes fluttering and became paranoid that the group had set him up to be the sole killer. Grice admitted that he told the others that Kelly woke up and tried to steal his gun fighting back, so he finished her off. In reality, he tried to find her pulse, but the ride was too brutal and too bumpy. He decided that stabbing her in the neck 2 to 3 more times would be better than her being buried alive in Adams' chest freezer. Upon arriving to the burial site land Colum had rented days earlier, Grice described his growing paranoia. When Colum opened the trailer door, Grice pulled a gun on him, suspecting his betrayal. He was slowly unraveling. Colum and Grice then loaded the bodies into the chest freezer using a rope and a bucket to position them. They discarded their bloody clothes and weapons into the same grave, covering it with hay and concrete. Cole Twombly, who had been tasked with bringing fresh clothes and additional hay, arrived to assist. Throughout the day, D.A. Leach truly failed to press witnesses on key details. Second Chair Prosecutor Dale Smith did a far better job of conveying the brutality of the crimes and eliciting emotional testimony. Notably, even Colum's defense attorney, Joel Muskell, painted Adams as the alleged ringleader, emphasizing her manipulative and controlling nature far more effectively than the DA himself. One moment that did seem to ignite some anger and passion in Leach was when Cora Twombly claimed that Adams told her the court wouldn't prosecute the sexual abuse allegations against Butler's children. Leach was quick to fire back during redirect, clarifying that no such allegations had been filed in Oklahoma, but rather in Kansas. He clearly was interested in defending himself and his office. The first day of preliminary hearings was emotionally overwhelming and deeply disturbing. The testimony revealed not only the cold-blooded brutality of the murders, but also the manipulative and calculated nature of Tiffany Adams, Tad Coleman, Cole Twombly, and Paul Grice. The proceedings are expected to last 3 days total. Then she had her opinion used throughout this post. All 5 defendants are innocent until proven guilty. That was the end of the post. That was Lauren Collins' post. There you go. Did that help any? I don't know.
Yeah, it answered some questions as to what actually happened.
Right.
Wow.
And this was
and of course they didn't get real detailed on hammering them because they only needed a certain amount of evidence to prove. I just don't. I wonder what type of deal that he supposedly thinks he signed or got, because they never released that, or I haven't heard it be released anyway.
Right.
Other than the death penalty being off the thing, it sounds to me like he's going to face every charge.
Right, and I don't know where. I think it was News Channel 3 that said it.
Right.
He didn't make a deal for even though he told his wife to save his wife either. The only thing he made a deal for was to get the death penalty off. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
I'm trying to pull up something here real quick. I do see it. If you look at chat, again, I can't click it because I'm on my computer. But it looks like Lauren is going to go live at 8. And I'm going to tell you right now, she's got a really good attorney that goes live with her. That would be a good one to watch. And she was in the courtroom. That's who just read all this stuff. So I don't know what that link is from that you shared. It's not from her YouTube channel because I'm on her YouTube channel and I don't see a live pending. So that must be a Facebook Live, maybe?
It says primetimecrimeshow.com.
Yeah, see, I'm at popcrime.com. It's popcrime.tv, but I don't see anything scheduled.
Well, it says Prime is what Nona's got up here.
Let me go to it and click on it on my phone. That might be better. Let's see here. It does say YouTube. Primetime Crime. Let me pull Primetime Crime up. That'll help. Maybe, okay, this makes sense. So Lauren's side channel, okay, is the other one. And this is the one with the guy and her. That makes sense. Let me pull that up. There we go. Okay, let me add you guys. Okay, thank you, Nana. Makes a lot more sense. I will definitely be watching this one. I always like it when an attorney's involved too, because they know a lot more than me.
If you can't drop a link to that in Discord, I can pick it up there.
Okay. Well, I still don't see it scheduled as a live, but I've got it right here. She dropped a link. It's in there, but I'm pulling it up, but I don't see where the live is scheduled. I'm looking, guys. Nana, I don't see where there's a live schedule. Where is the live scheduled at? It says, okay, I see what you're saying. It says they go live every Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Okay.
So, let's see here. As I'm looking at my phone, it says that they go live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. EDT. And he is a former homicide prosecutor. And she's an investigative reporter.
I have seen that one before.
Actually, before she started really doing her show, she was in our lives. She was in my lives before she started doing this this podcast. But anyway, Nana shared it. Share it again, Nana. Oh, can somebody from Discord share it in Discord? Because I can't get to it to share it. Please and thank you.
Yeah, because I can't. I have to go back through everything to find it.
Right, and it'll make it. Well, and I'll be honest with you. I try to go through when we're done, and I get rid of the live chat just so people can't just pound to the ground. This morning, I went back and I did away with live chat from yesterday because I don't want anybody in here being attacked for their opinions. So I did do away with live chat. If I do away with live chat, it'll do away with that clip. Right. So if anybody in here, one of the mods is in the Discord, could you share that in Discord for Christopher, please? Yes, they go live tonight at 8 p.m. because they go live every Wednesday. Let's see here. Debsy says Tad had scratches on his face from Jillian fighting back. Now, the way he would have the scratches was if he was very close to her, in my opinion. Plus, Cora only saw Paul and Veronica, not Jillian. I agree. Okay, it's called the Primetime Crime Show. Yeah, that's what I just looked up. Primetime Crime Show.
Yeah, they, like I say, they said she was already loaded in the trailer before they had to back up and load Veronica.
Right.
And he something like he didn't know how that they even got Jillian in there.
Right. Because she was already in there.
Yeah, that's what I say. It was already done. He never witnessed any of that. And then
Okay, I'll tell you what I did, Christopher, is I did go and put it in the main page. Now, it looks like they go live every Wednesday. It don't say specifically for this, but her and that guy go live every Wednesday. And I'll tell you, I like that attorney a lot, and he gives a different perspective on it that a lot of people might not realize. So I think it'd be one you would really enjoy. And I also sent it directly as a private message to you in Discord. So you should be good. If you have any problems with it, let me know and I'll help you. Okay. Stop sharing. You can't get into Discord. Have you tried? Let's see here. I'm going to start being more active with the Discord too. I'm guilty. We'll just say it. I'm guilty. I'm going to copy it. I think the last Discord just burned me so much. I would say in Discord, if you do join the Discord, do not let anybody know your personal information. So, there you go. There's the Discord. Okay. Prime Crime Wednesday at 8. Okay. Got to go to live instead of videos. Oh, okay. I was at live. Okay, I'm at live now. Still says 8 days ago. Okay, somebody just hit me up. Let me see what it says. I'm obviously screwing something up. Okay, I see you, Nana. Okay, she's there now. Perfect. Okay, back to our live now. Okay, you got it. Okay, what else does anybody want? Christopher, you got anything else you maybe had questions about that Jack can help you with?
No, I'd say I really expected it to all crumble this morning like that, once they got through it, but I sure didn't see it happen, or, going to happen like that. I figured it would go a little more, what do you say, did they ever say they had Beasley up there or not?
I didn't see where he had a testimony, but they said he was going to be up there.
Right, that's what I'd heard once too, but I didn't see where they talked about that.
I didn't see him talk about Beasley at all. I don't think they needed it.
No, well, they didn't, that's for sure. But I was kind of hoping maybe he'd perjure himself and get himself into charge too.
Right, and then there was the guy with the from the whatever, the hardware store or whatever, the place where the phones were bought. Now, did you guys catch where they said that Cora bought the
burner phone? I could see that because there was more burner phones than just the 2 or 3. The way it sounds, everybody had a phone.
Yes, everybody had a phone, but we was under the impression that Tiffany bought them, and she bought them with her credit card.
Yeah, Walmart. But I think that's ended up only being 1 or 2 of them. I don't know. Or a lot of details that hasn't come out, but
well, I'll tell you, I'm going to predict right now that Tad also will waive his right to a preliminary trial. I really think he will.
Well, it's already done, now, isn't it? Wasn't that already the preliminary? So he made it all
to a
through.
speedy trial. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
don't
speedy.
see him going to a trial on like January 13th. He's going to do
No,
like the rest of
no. Now there'll be no way that they can even come close to being ready for that in a month. And he definitely don't want to try to stand this without. Honestly, I'm thinking he probably gonna want to be one of the last ones to go.
Well, he is the last one.
Well, you know what I'm saying, the last one to go on, because the rest of them are like, yeah, this is going.
Okay, Ostrich says KSN said he was up there. Let's go look at
He
that again.
was. Okay.
Sometimes, listen, this is a lot of information, and that's why it's so great to have everybody in the chat, because it's a lot of information, and I swear every time something comes out, I go watch it over and over and over.
Me
And I
too.
find something different every time I watch it.
Yeah, that's how you finally get all the details.
Absolutely.
Because I guarantee I don't catch it all the first time, and then when I go back through, well, it's like even that clip that you played of that recording. There was something on there I just caught this time that went through. I can't remember what it was, but man, it was.
I'm telling you, I'm almost positive that's the judge from Elkhart.
Oh, I know that's the judge. That ain't even a question. It was something in the conversation that I didn't catch that I can't remember. It was something else that I can't remember. If I try to think of it, my brain will block me. So it already did. But there was another thing that I caught again, and I'd heard that clip. I know I've heard it 20 times, if not pretty close, because I've replayed it so many times after the times that you did play it. And yeah, I caught something more that I didn't.
I am always catching something. Every time I play it, I catch something. It's crazy. You would think I already knew because I've heard it so many times, and I play it again, I catch something else.
Yeah, that's the way I have too.
I'm going to play this updated KSN again and see if we possibly missed something real quick. So here we go. It's only 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
The preliminary hearings in a Texas County, Oklahoma courtroom are officially over, and KSN's Julia Thatcher has just stepped out. She joins us live now. Julia, what can you tell us?
Yeah, the ruling from the judge in the preliminary hearing is that there is enough evidence for Tad Colum to move forward and to go to trial. They are still working out the dates. They have a preliminary date set for when he'll appear next. And then there is discussion about whether that date will be moved. But again, Tad Colum, the finding from those prelims is that there is enough evidence to go to trial. A quick rundown of what we saw today. Paul Grice was cross-examined today by Tad Colum's attorney. He testified yesterday for the state. We also heard from Jamie Beasley. He's the property owner for where Jillian and Veronica were buried.
I'm sorry. Does that Guyman police officer actually have his body camera on? I'm sorry.
What we saw today. Paul Grice was cross-examined today by Tad Colum's attorney. He testified yesterday for the state. We also heard from Jamie Beasley. He's the property owner for where Jillian and Veronica were buried. We also heard from 3 OSBI agents. So starting with Cole, we just mentioned that he did waive his right to a speedy trial and to a preliminary hearing. We then heard from Paul. Now, a discussion between Paul Grice and Tad Colum's attorneys. The debate is over who really killed Jillian Kelly. I talked to family members for Veronica Butler, and they said they were surprised that Tad's attorneys were trying to pin both of the murders on Paul Grice. They said they were surprised by that. There's discussion about what the medical examiner's report said, that Jillian Kelly was stabbed to death and that she was killed when her neck was sliced and her spinal cord was severed. So again, that's a big discussion that happened during the prelims. Who is responsible for Jillian Kelly's death? He did admit to stabbing her, but didn't necessarily say if he knew for certain if she was alive when he stabbed her or not. We also heard from Jamie Beasley, who is the property owner, again, for where Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler were buried. He said that Tad Colum and Tiffany Adams came to the property before the murders and made some type of agreement to bury trees on the property. He said after the murders, he became increasingly worried about what Tad had done on the property. He said he ultimately made the choice not to go to law enforcement out of fear. So we also heard, I talked to Veronica's family again, and they had mentioned that the state had asked about the death penalty, asked what their thoughts were for Tiffany and for Tad. They said they thought that was an easy option and they do not want the death penalty sought for Tiffany Adams or Tad Colum. We're going to continue to bring you updates from Guyman, Oklahoma. Julia Thatcher.
Shop the Nest in Heston over
Okay.
the holidays, where we have something for everyone, including
Stop
beautiful homes.
that. All right.
Sounds like they took the death penalty out for all of them.
Right. So, just FYI, Carrie message just texted me. She's driving home and listening to me. She said Lauren is flying back to New York, so she don't think Lauren will be doing that live for this evening. I said, you're awesome and thank you. Are you still going live at 7:30? And she said yes. So.
Okay, so Carrie will.
And
Okay.
she said, yeah, well, minus all of my 30 minutes of audio issues. Listen, Carrie, it happens. It don't matter. You guys got it figured out. I think you did a bravo job. Everybody tell Carrie, I think her and Tara did a bravo job, and I can't wait to see what they have to say tonight. So.
Yes, no doubt. This is going to be everything crumbled today. So.
Yeah, it definitely, and Carrie, since you're listening, it's definitely better boots on the ground. You guys are there. We would much rather hear it like from people that's there. And we know mainstream don't give us everything. So absolutely.
We look forward to it. Guarantee you that.
And before you leave, Christopher, Beach Baby's asking that you leave us with a prayer when you before you leave today. And James,
yes. I think we definitely.
Jane says, or does Christopher's voice get deeper and gravular by the day? Love him, love his voice. Sounds like Al Capone.
I think my voice sounds terrible. I don't like you, Rock. I listen to this night going, oh, nice sound.
I have to mute myself if I replay anything. I can't even do it.
I thought about it, that's for sure. That would definitely. My dog wanted to restore, though. She goes, I want to be a star.
Okay, Deb C says, I thought Beasley said something whole different from what he said on the stand at the very beginning.
Oh, really? So, like, you're talking his initial interview when he was on the TV? Is that what she was talking about there?
I don't know.
Because I know he had a couple of them at first when it first happened or whatever. Then I don't think we ever heard anything from him. He disappeared.
Right. Well, did Beasley ever talk? I thought it was a friend of Beasley's that talked.
I'm pretty sure I remember him on NewsNation talking, I thought, but I could be wrong. It may have. I'm pretty sure it was him.
Oh my gosh. So since Carrie's listening, and I'm going to tell you guys this, I meant to say it earlier. I forgot. Now that I read Lauren sing again, I'm remembering. So when we was moving that day where it was real windy and the women were trying to get into Yarborough School and we moved the tumbleweeds, there was an older gentleman, like way older, that drove all the way from Guyman and was in the parking lot. And I went over and was talking to him. And he was telling me that he had saw somebody from the Misfits at O'Reilly's buying oil cleaner. Okay. And he was explaining to me, because I'd said it looks like kitty litter on this blood. He literally drove all the way from Guyman to Yarborough and was, now my goosebumps are on my arm again, and was telling me that he saw one of them buying the oil cover up at O'Reilly's. And Carrie just said, yes, I remember that.
I do too.
So if he is still listening, you were correct, sir. Wow. See, some of this stuff comes back to me. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And last night I was thinking about it. And when Larry did that audio that he got taped on, that's when Carrie was supposed to be meeting a person from Colorado. That girl showed up. I immediately did not like that girl. And I told Carrie I did not like her. Anyway, so Carrie hadn't got there yet. So that was on that Friday. She hadn't got there yet when Larry Sal's pulled down that street when we were south of the Four Corners doing that. But that lady that was supposed to meet you, and you know her name, we're not going to say it, she was there with her boyfriend, and she didn't even stay, and Carrie was only like 30 minutes away. That girl went back to Colorado, and I know she had been posting on Veronica's page and causing all kinds of chaos for the family, and they couldn't get her to stop posting on the page. But last night I was really trying to remember what day that was done. It was done on that Friday, and it was right before Carrie had gotten there. And when Carrie got there, I was in Guyman, so it was a little darker when I came over and met Carrie. So there's a lot. There's a lot when I try to sit and think about it, going back to it and remembering it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to lie about it. Joe and my friend Sarah was there 3 days and 3 nights. That's it. He never came back. And as you hear in that audio with Larry, he says, hopefully they don't have to bring the horses back. But if they do, they're supposed to call me ahead of time and I'll get some oats and a bale of hay and all that. So just a FYI, I know a lot about Joe that y'all don't know. And he is not who he's portraying to be. And be very careful. My friend had to file a PFA on him. And there's a lot that's went down that he worked for them, and he's not a good person. So that's my opinion. You've been warned. So, and so Carrie says, yes, you remember. Yes, remember she conveniently left right as I pulled into town. I can't type in your chat because I can't see to do it. You're all right. And listen, I get rid of the chat anyway. I don't like all the drama that goes on. I think Carrie and Tara do a good job. I'm not trying to fight with anybody or do the drama. Period.
I just want to find the truth.
Yeah, and yesterday, I only went to show you guys that they were going live. Again, I'm not going to steal somebody's live when they're doing the work. They deserve the views. So that's how I feel about it, and I felt that way about it all along. So with that said, let's see. Ostrich says, I thought he said Tad came over and wanted to bury a freezer. Oh, I never heard the freezer, Debsy, until the other stuff come out. It was trees and mostly concrete. I don't even know that I had trees, but it was concrete.
And some trees. It was 2 things. There was concrete and trees that he got permission to do. The freezer was never mentioned. That was just slid in.
Right. And then the rest of her comment is their plan was to say he was going to say that he wanted to bring down some trees. But why would you bury trees or wood? I agree. Why would you bury trees and wood?
Well, if you bury it, it just turns back to compost or whatever. So it's good filler if you're trying to build in. But realistically, the only thing you want to burn a tree.
Yeah, and Jane from the UK, we love you. Jane says trees, dig out the roots.
Yeah.
I'm with you. They just basically
it was concrete.
Yeah,
It was
well,
concrete.
they weren't gonna tell. I don't think they ever told Beasley they were burying a freezer.
No, it was just concrete. Is what the thing was. And they were taking some trees out or something. But yeah, that was the 2 things. But it was the concrete that he was burying.
Absolutely.
I remember that one.
You're welcome, Betsy. Hey, that's why we do lives. And listen, that's the only reason I'm here, is so that we all have a place to talk and talk about it. There shouldn't be anybody. I went through last night to make sure that there shouldn't be anybody banned from this channel if you decide you want to talk. But again, we got wrenches for a reason. You come in, you start being disrespectful, or just don't go to channels you don't like. If you don't like them, don't go there and comment. That's the best thing I can say. I've never understood why you would go to a channel and fill their feed up with bullshit. If you don't like them, don't go there. That's what I would ask.
Yeah, it's
And we
easy
got
to shut
a
that
good
off.
group here. We got a good group here, and I know you guys. You'll go over to Carrie's and you'll be just fine. You're not out to cause any trouble. We're all out for the same thing: justice for Veronica and Jillian. We all want that. Now, if there's anything, I mean, Carrie's listening, so, and I can read it to her, but I'm sure her and Tara's got it all covered. But is there anything that you guys heard today, even from KSN, or anything that you got more questions about that you can give Carrie a heads up that you're going to want to know more about? I mean, I'm sure they've got it covered, but just in case. What about you, Christopher? You always have questions. I know that.
I would say I'm just wondering how much the defense attorneys were trying to play off he didn't do it on on Tad. Yeah, it was actually well, we're going to pin it all on Paul. I could see that being a heavy topic, but they cover that area good, and then, like I said, I'd like to hear what Beasley. I'm surprised he didn't. I know that them guys knew way more. It's hard to say what they could have went into the whole trial on him too, probably.
Right, and maybe if I was to say something, I would like to know more of Paul Grice's reactions when they were asking him after he had told his wife after the murders if he made a deal to protect his wife, and he said no. He only made a deal to take the death penalty off. I'd like to know more about that and what his actions were when he was saying it. Like his expressions. Does that sound anything?
Right.
Beach Baby says Tad always claimed he could do concrete. And Ostrich says, I like hearing about expressions of them. Like what kind of faces they were doing. Were they looking at anybody? Were they laid back in the chair? What kind of expressions they had?
Yeah, I imagine he's really feeling isolated because he's the only one that finished the preliminary. He's the only actual one bound over. I mean, the rest of them aren't bound over. They're just already there.
Right. Well, again, I mean, if I was to guess, I would say that Tad probably too will waive his right, and he can do it all the way up to the time that they set the trial. So,
right to the speedy trial.
Yeah.
Well, they're already past all that on confinement. It actually changes when you're in jail anyway, because you only have 180 days to speedy trial if you're out on bail. If you're in confinement, it's different days and everything else. All them figures change.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, I just don't want anybody that has never followed a trial. Don't think even April 16th they're going to trial. I mean, this could go quicker or it could take years. I'm telling you, Idaho 4, we're going on 3 years of that.
Yeah.
So it could be a long, drug out process.
And they're in there with no bail, so they're all sitting.
And I don't see them ever getting bail.
No way.
And Deb C wants to know, does those 5 get visitors? I don't believe in county jails anywhere they do visitors anymore because they have the tablets.
Well, no, they actually, chances are they may have 1 day a week that they give them like a 10-minute or 20-minute. They don't there.
Yeah, Sedgwick County does not.
Yeah, Sedgwick County, but yeah.
Yeah,
but
they
there's
don't
a lot of jails that do
at all anymore.
I mean,
that's a good question. I know we got people in here that knows about Texas County Jail. Do you know if these people get to see anybody in person for visits? And Beach Baby wants to know if we can get an artist in there. We need an artist in the courtroom.
A draw, yeah,
Mine would
exactly.
be like 6, so yeah, I'm out. Can't do it.
Yeah, I can't draw nothing but a monster truck. So
Yeah, me either. I can draw a pretty good heart, but
the only thing I ever drew when I was a kid was monster trucks. So that's the only thing I ever learned to draw.
yeah.
I'd try drawing a teepee or something like that. You're like, what is that? A snowmobile?
Right. Jane says there is not a court artist always in the UK. Well, listen, we're not even at trial yet. Excuse me. If they don't make that trial public, then you might have somebody come in and be a court artist. And Jane says she'll come from the UK and be the court artist. So
There we go. That'd be cool.
Ostrich says, I wouldn't think in county jail they see people. Our jail used to. I mean, they
Yeah.
had like 5 rows, and there was glass in between. You couldn't touch or anything. But they
Yeah,
did
they're-
away with that a long time ago. So there is no in person for us, but maybe a smaller town there is. But I don't
Yeah,
know.
I've been in a lot of them where they actually have telephones on the side of glass, and they give you either 15 or 20 minutes or something like that once a week. And
Okay. So Angel Baby's saying no. So Texas County, no.
okay.
You don't
Why?
get no. She says no. No in-person
Okay.
visits. Thank you for letting me know that. Because I
Yes.
have a friend that anyway, they're a UPS driver there in Guyman. And he was telling me all the packages he was delivering for some of these 5 to the jail. So I immediately called the jail and said, what kind of packages or how long what kind of packages can they get? And I was told, like, if somebody wanted to buy them a magazine and it came straight from the magazine, like People,
Yeah.
you could do that. And other than that, it had to be a third party, but you could also purchase at Texas County. You could purchase through Amazon shirts, underwear,
Right.
socks, and that would be the only thing that you could do. Now, this is crazy, and I'm going to read it because Carrie's driving. But favorite, I don't know who you are, but I know exactly who you're talking about, and that would be the girl that showed up that day and then caused all that problem. Preliminary showed Kay Parker coverage was not correct. Shaking my head. Yeah. We all know that Carrie and Tara was there. We know that Julia Thatcher from KSN was there, and we know Lauren was there. So that would be the ones I go to watch if I was you. Get
Right.
it? And KSN's good. Don't get me wrong. I went to school with Jeff Herden. He's the main anchor there. Great guy. But they are bound to keep some things. They just can't say it on your mainstream media. So I would go to YouTube every day for it. So Angel Baby says no more visits on the tables. No more visits on the tablets only is what she meant. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that.
A lot of them have gone to that now because they make a fortune off them video calls, and plus you got everything that's prosecutable. I mean, they don't have to worry about recording it; it's already done. If you say
Not
it,
only that, yeah. My best friend, his son, his son's got a drug problem, and he keeps
Mhm.
ending up in jail, and it's his only son. And
Right.
they can get on they also in the corner have like a little computer, almost like your cell phones. His dad has to purchase time,
Mhm.
but his son can pretty much call him anytime he wants, and it's like it'd be like FaceTime, but he
Yeah,
pays a
yeah.
hell of a lot of money for it. It's a
Yeah,
lot.
it's gone down. I mean, used to in my county jail, it was $10 to make a local phone call for 20 minutes. Now it's like 10 cents a minute, and you can be on. I think it's like 25 and be on video time. So it's
Right.
it's a whole lot more reasonable. So they encourage you to use that line of communication, and they know that anything you do, they've got you already on a prosecutable thing, and well, let's just make it easy.
Yeah. I will say, we'll try not to talk bad about some of these people that that do crazy things. Let's always try to focus on the positive and what creators you actually like and that does a good job. And don't give the ones like, the one I mentioned a while ago because it's in the chat. Don't give them the views. Go give the good views. And Angel Baby says laugh out loud tablets. I knew what you meant, dear.
Right. Yeah, they've gone everything with the communications now. They in prison, they now are to where almost everybody is issued tablets and they can watch movies and do all their commissary and all that over it now. It's really changed like all their mail. They're trying to get where you basically write a letter, you write it all on emails, and they got everything covered.
Right, right.
And it's something more that they can, they charge a certain amount to sell you songs, so you can basically put it on to listen to music, and they've got costs on everything. So don't get me wrong, it's pretty reasonable for when you're in there, but it's just more ways to put more money. The county jail here in town, they sell you e-cigarettes $10 a piece and 3 times a week, and now they're up to where they're selling them 2 of them 3 times a week. So that's $60 every week they get off of every inmate for.
Oh wow! Our jail don't allow any nicotine tobacco products at all.
Man, that e-cigarettes, they're breaking it. The sheriff here, the sheriff here even owns the smoke shop that provides them.
Oh well, hello. That's why they do that.
Exactly, and I think they get them for like, I know they don't pay $1 for them and sell them for 10. I think they get them for like 40 or 50 cents a piece and sell them for $10 a piece. So yeah, he's making money hand over fist.
I've got some friends that work for Texas prison, and I asked them if they have tobacco there, and there's absolutely no prison in Texas allows tobacco, is what I was told.
I've been even told now that it's been several years since I've been in here, but I guess they've even gone to smokeless tobacco. You can get pouches of Skull or whatever in there too. So they're making good money on them. Real good money.
Well, I think jail and prison is too easy for these people, but
Well, I can tell you our county jail feeds a whole lot better than anywhere else too. They put the money that they get off them e-cigarettes toward feeding them good.
Yeah.
Because they don't want them to buy commissary. They want to buy
I remember a lot of people, a lot of my grandpa's clients, they did not want to be in Sedgwick County, but they wanted to go down to Sumner County because that's how the prisoners don't even cook it. There's some women that do all that homemade cooking, and they have salt and pepper and ketchup and mustard. You go to Sedgwick County, that is called, what's it called? When you have something you're not supposed to have? Contraband.
Contraband,
right? Yeah. It's considered contraband, and it's a charge. Even if it's a salt packet. People would come supposedly from Sumner and forget they had it in there, and somebody would narc on them, and they'd get charged with contraband because they come from another jail and somebody didn't catch it.
It's all the nice little perks.
Jane, I agree. Jane said, no tobacco shit. I best behave then. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about anybody else, but again, I must have smoked a pack of cigarettes last night. I was very uneasy, very much on edge. Again, I don't even remember falling asleep, but I do remember Rick waking me up and said I was screaming. So, and I know that the last time I played that audio that Mandy's friend taped of Larry, it got to me. It did get to me. She needs to come stay with us, and God, what if I would have? Wow.
Well, I know the first time that when I went to prison, they just eliminated all the tobacco in the prison. Boy, you talk about a commodity, man. If you get anything in the prisons, boy, there was more money coming in being made off tobacco than there was coming in there being made off drugs. And it was crazy. It was like $4 for what you wouldn't even call it a penner. And it's crazy.
Lavender says, I'd heard Cora was a chain smoker. Well, she's not anymore.
No, I guess not in that jail, huh?
No. Yeah, I wouldn't survive either. Listen, I know that I should quit, but I enjoy it. I enjoy smoking. I got COPD, and I enjoy smoking. Uh-oh, he dropped again. He'll be back. He will be back. There was something else I was going to say. Let me think about it again. I was going to say something else. Bucket rock. Okay, Jane. No jail. We're going to Burning Man, and Jane is gonna. I listen. There, that's on my bucket list. Burning Man is on my bucket list, and Jane, also on my bucket list, is I wanted to go to Mardi Gras and have my body painted. So Jane said she was gonna paint my body for Burning Man. I got to get some solar panels because I just read yesterday you can't run your generator. So, yep, Burning Man it is. Me too. You know, Ostrich says, I wonder what Grice lied about. I think he's telling the truth now, but I have questions about Cora's testimony. It's interesting. I'd be interested to know people that was actually there and saw her. How much do you believe her? Jane says, I'll paint the body once I've done drawing court pictures. That's funny. But how many of you think, what do you think about Cora's? I'm not there. So hopefully, Carrie, you can discuss it. I'm real curious to know if you're uneasy with Cora's testimony too, and maybe she's not being as truthful. It sounds like Grice is being truthful to me.
Yeah, most definitely.
And he's probably kicking his ass that he didn't make a plan for his wife. I bet I'd like to know what his face looked like when they asked him. Because he said he told his wife after the murders, and then he went to that guy, remember, how to get your family to Mexico. I bet he's kicking his own ass right now why he didn't make a deal to, for his wife not to be involved at all. What is it? Clemency? What is the word I'm trying to use? You don't know.
You just hit me with a word that should be on the end of my tongue.
I was trying to think. I thought maybe I could be wrong. So
there's a certain term for it where you have man. All right, I'm stuck on a word that I won't remember now. Here in about a minute, it'll pop in my head. And I'll go, "How'd that?"
Well, and maybe chat will know. You know,
it's parents or spouse privilege.
Okay, clemency is defined as an act of leniency or disposition to be merciful, but as a broad legal term, the word includes pardon, communication of sentence reprieved. Well, that's not the word I'm trying to use, but where she don't have to testify. I can't think of the name. So if you got it.
I can't either. Should be right on the end of my tongue.
Mine too.
But yeah, they actually said it a couple times that the judge did it when they was asking questions of Cora about that she didn't have to answer because of her being her husband.
It was sustained, yeah.
Yeah, but there was a certain
immunity. Immunity.
Immunity, yes. There it is.
Thank you. Immunity. Yes, you're correct. I bet he's being pretty pissed that he didn't get immunity for his wife, because that probably could have worked into the deal, honestly.
So you think that his wife could get charged or something?
Well, they said today, that he was asked on the stand. I wasn't there, so I'm only going by what I've been told. If he told his wife, and he said he told her after the murders, and I don't know if it was Tad's attorney or if it was Buddy Leach, I didn't catch, but whoever it was asked him what kind of deal he had with the state, if he made a deal for his wife, and he said no. The only deal he made was for himself, and that was no death penalty. Now, that's going from what somebody else told me, so I could very well be wrong, Carrie, maybe you can cover that too, because and you probably already got it on your list. But
I wouldn't think that there'd be a. I mean, don't get me wrong. He told his wife afterwards, but if he would have told her before the plan, then there would have been a charge I could see her getting charged with, but not after that he did it, because that's just confession. Shouldn't be anything other than what she should have ran to the cops and told. No, there's that immunity that the wife doesn't have to testify anything her husband tells her. So
right, but she has to testify for other people. But I mean, they worked out a deal with Cora. Granted, her daughter's a minor, but what Cora needs to understand, she's under oath, and if she is caring about CW like she says she is, she needs to make sure she's 100% truthful. And from what I've heard, that I think there could be holes in her stories. Beach Baby says she's a liar. We got a lot of people in here that knows these people personally too. They know their character.
Right.
Deb C says, I don't think Cora is truthful, but I believe Paul over Cora. Me too. And thank you, favorite. It was immunity. Let's see here. Beach Baby says she needs an artist. We're thinking favorite. Lavender said spousal privileges. Yeah, but what I was thinking of, CW, she's a minor. But I also want to know how Paul Grice was able to lie and get out of there with his finger about cut off. He said he was drunk the first time, right? And the second time he just straight lied. So that's just kind of strange. If they knew everything the day of, like some people say, then they knew Paul Grice was there. How come they let him go both times? Strange. Because if you show up to give your statement and you're drunk, more than likely they're going to get a drunk in public charge on you and put you in the jail for a reason.
They're going to put you in there till you sober up.
Yeah, I watch a lot of. I have a relative that works for the First 48, but anyway, I watch a lot of First 48, and they'll find something to put you in the jail and let you think about it for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
So I am real confused at the fact that if he was drunk the first time, why didn't they get him for drunk public intoxication? Why did they let him go both times?
They had no idea they were fishing. Somebody had to give them some information.
Well, that one creator, and it's not Carrie, let me get that out there. They knew everything the day of. They even had crime scene photos. And the blood was pooling in the ditches. I cannot get that out of my mind. I've tried.
By the way they described the scene there, it must have been pretty horrific. If she was, you got to imagine if they were both done outside of the trailer, there would have to be, just have to be everywhere.
Okay, so Carrie says the reason that was done, there was no warrant to take Paul in, so they had to wait to get a warrant. Well, I wonder why it took him so long to get a damn warrant. His finger was hanging, right?
Yeah, but that wouldn't give him enough to. I mean, he could say he did it in a farming accident or do something like that. You can cover up anything like that. But if they had a body or something to go on, then they took him that to get the. I don't know. I mean, if they say, I don't know, there's been so much mix up there. I don't believe the cops were really working on this.
No, I don't either. That's why I'm waiting for trial. I want to know exactly what they knew for them 14 days. Within 14 days. And,
honestly, I think if Granny was left in there yet.
Carrie's driving and listening, and she'll remember we didn't see anybody. And then all of a sudden, we went to go to L Road. There was a trooper backed up across the street from there. We started seeing Suburbans. When we was in Boise City, hell, I'm not even going to lie, we even was trying to follow the Suburbans, okay? We wanted to know where they were going because we was being told that things was happening, but they really wasn't happening because we was following them.
Right. No, I believe that if Granny hadn't made the mistake of taken the burner phone in or whatever she tried taking in to get fixed or whatever she was trying to get done to that place, I don't think they would ever even come close to solving this.
Right.
She
My
made a
friend
mistake.
owns a
She should have
business
left the
next
area.
door. Yeah, my friend owns a business next door, and he said the owner immediately called the sheriff and said, "Hey, I got this
Yeah.
stuff. He's here to fix it." And then the way I understand it from eyewitnesses is that he called her and said the stuff was done, and when she showed up, the police were watching. Supposedly, she even left the kids in the car, and they took the kids out of the car and arrested her inside. So
Right.
I'm waiting to see. There's things that are adding up again. Before there was a gag order and stuff that I was told that are adding up to what's coming out in court now. So I'm really interested to see what all is done and said.
Yeah, it may be a good thing that all these are going to be separate trials or whatever, because finally might get all the evidence or might get the whole story out. Take 5 trials to get it all.
Right. So Jane says she's in the UK. It's all so weird. The whole area is a bit weird, isn't it? Lots new. It's shit. I'm going to tell you. So when I went, my husband saw me on the Ring camera, load my suitcase. It's bright pink. And he calls me and said, "You going somewhere?" I said, "Yeah, there's 2 missing women in Oklahoma, and I'm going to look for them." I had no clue what no man's land was or nothing. My husband knew all about it. Obviously, he paid attention more in history than I did. But so the deal is Texas actually had that land, but I want to say it was like a 60 to 63 degree. At the
Yeah, it was
63
about the
degree, you can no
about
longer
the
have
slavery.
slavery. So they
Right,
gave up
slavery.
that land. They gave up
Yeah.
that land in the Panhandle. Nobody claimed that land. So then it
Right.
became nobody was governing that land. You had murders, you had
Yeah,
prostitution.
there was no law, no
Yeah,
law at
there was
all
no
there.
law. So it was no man's land. And then the federal government came in and said, "Wait a minute, somebody has to take this over and start governing it." And that's when Oklahoma took it over.
Right.
So,
That's when they had the Sooner rush. That's where the Oklahoma
right,
Sooners come from.
right. And
They
I did
opened it
a
up.
thing on that. And just the FYI to any creator out there, I did get copyrighted for that, and it stayed on for 90 days. So don't do it. But if you go to YouTube, that one that I shared from YouTube about no
Yeah.
man's land, and it showed them all going, they did copyright me, and so it was on my account for 90 days. And if you get 3 copyrights, you're out. Like you can
Right.
no longer have a YouTube channel. So
Right.
learn from my mistake, please. Don't ever go to YouTube and share
Don't
that.
use somebody else's publications like that, huh?
Yeah, they sure did strike me, and I even cut in and out of it, and I still got striked, and I even fought it, and still it stayed. It's gone
Right.
now, but Cora's daughter told OSBI on April 4th, and I thought she said Paul was involved then.
Yeah.
Right. So why couldn't they get a warrant? It's crazy. It's weird.
I think because actually Cora's daughter was all still hearsay. Probably, I don't.
Right. So
I
Miss
don't know.
Collector's item, maybe he said he would get more info for them from the 4. I don't think so, but who knows? Lavender says, "Remember, it's no man's land, so they do what they want." Yeah, I've noticed that. That is for sure. They still do what they want.
Yeah. Well, honestly, they wasn't working on it. They were just waiting for somebody to go ahead and solve it for them. Randy should have left the area, and Paul should have too.
Right.
And then they wouldn't have, if they'd have left the area, they'd never solved it. They stayed around the area and they gave them something to watch, and that phone. I'd heard something like the rings had been found in the Twombly's truck of Julian's, but that showed up in the autopsy deal or whatever's being on her, and so was the Apple Watch and all that. I'd heard rumors that they found all that when they busted them.
Yeah, I thought I'd heard that too.
And then supposedly something like, I thought it was one of their actual phones that she took in, like so they'd taken one of their phones and went and tried to have it cleaned. But the way it sounded in the thing, I don't know. Maybe their phones weren't. I don't think they ever have really displayed where their
Leroy
phones
says,
ended.
ask KM. Yes, listen, I know some people tried to defend that guy. I've got so much on that guy. It's not even funny. He is not good LE. Straight up not good LE. And when that came out about Wrangler trying to go get the kids and the M16s, guess who also was there? KM. And again, I will tell you, I have seen nothing saying that the kids have ever been taken from Wrangler. So if somebody else has seen that kind of paperwork, I'd like to know, because as far as I know, he's never had the kids taken from him.
Well, I could have seen her when he got charged, stepping in and having grandparent rights or something. But that would be the only thing I could see when he got put in jail, because then somebody would have had to. I mean, that would just, if she had a good attorney, she would have been taken care of like that.
I will tell you that there was many times he had custody, and he told me that. And there was many times he went to get his kids and his mom wouldn't allow it. And that person I just mentioned and the sheriff would show up and tell him he couldn't get his kids. There was no court order for him not to get his kids, and LE still wouldn't let him have his kids. And I don't know the circumstances of that, but you usually go by a court order. But, Wrangler's drug of choice was alcohol. That's not to say he didn't do other things, but he's doing really good. He went through that rehab and he's doing extremely well. So let's go with that and keep continuing to pray that he keeps doing well and he gets his kids back.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that area is creepy. Like, it really is. So Favorite says the 37th parallel. Thank you.
That's what it was. Yep, 37th parallel. Thank you, history, because I'm going to say I paid attention in it as much as I should have.
I am going to agree. There are many good people in no man's land. Many, many good people. I've made a lot of friends in Guyman. I've made a lot of friends in Boise City and some in Elkhart and Hugoton. And they do have good people. But you also have to have good law enforcement. I'll just say that.
They don't want law enforcement there.
Well, and not only that, they do protect each other. I mean, even though both Larrys was, and I don't want Carrie to respond to this. I just want to click a button in her ear. I know she heard when Larry called and was freaking out that he thought he was on my YouTube, and just the sound of his voice, we'll never forget it, and I'm sure she never forgot it. Then people know what's going on, and it's one of them things, either they're involved or they just, okay, you do your thing and I'll do my thing. Now, when we were at Yarborough School and that older guy came, and then I went in with the superintendent. When I came out, several gentlemen pulled up. Carrie was with me. She can verify it. And we got out, was talking to them. And I'm not going to lie to you, they carry AR-15s in their floorboard and in their combines. So, how safe is that area? They showed up. Not only were they bruise cruising, but they showed up to let us know that they were paying attention and they do listen. And I don't know how many people were headed to me when Lori Sue pulled that gun on me. There was a lot.
Right.
A lot of people was paying attention. So, even though a lot of times you get a lot of women in the true crime channels, I love it when we have men too and they actually speak up. But a lot of times they're in the back just watching. When we went to look at the schools and we was pulling out, a truck pulled in, I thought they was going to yell at us for being on their property. No, they wanted us to follow them and they wanted to give us some information. And they were out bruise cruising, and we followed them all the way to Guyman and then had conversations with them. So, I mean, this wasn't just a women following this case. A lot of men, a lot of it hit them. That could have been their wife, their daughter, their mom, their sister, and was very concerned, but they don't get into all the drama in the chat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but they are watching, they are listening, they do pay attention. And they were paying attention when we were down there. You know, the other thing I was going to bring up, and I haven't talked to him, so I don't know. And I've said this before. The undersheriff in Elkhart was great, great guy. And, you know, then I was told that the sheriff was, I don't remember, resigning. And I called him at that time and he said, yeah, I'm not taking that job. And then all of a sudden, he was going to keep his job till the end of the year. And then the next day he quit. Now he works for Seaboard. It's kind of weird. I mean, that's his business. I'm just kind of curious. You know,
Got to join up with them down there because that's the only thing that's prospering in that area.
Right.
The only money made. That, and it sounds like the underground pot farms and all kinds of other things in that area. Seen that that was on NewsNation too, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was actually the other Larry. That was the other Larry that his son was saying everything that did that interview.
Right.
So Scout says there are a lot of salt on the earth people. And rebels are also, just like anywhere else. Yeah, but Scout, I mean, the people that came to me and have actual suicide, their family committed suicide, and there's no way it was a suicide. And I'm not going to say some of the things I was told because some of them people are in here and I don't want to, bring up some bad memories, but I can guarantee you that a lot of them was not suicides. There's no way in hell. And they were ruled suicides. So yeah, it happens everywhere, but it seems to happen a lot there. And there's a lot of people that end up missing and you never see them again. So for example, the guy they found at the side of the road while we were doing this case, we never heard anything else about it. Just a couple days ago. We haven't heard anything about it, but supposedly at Seaboard, the grain got stuck and they finally got it unclogged and there was 2 dead bodies in there. You don't see it on the news. I can't hardly believe that everybody's just making this shit up.
Like I say, they don't have nobody to notify. There's no next of kin to notify. Why do you need to notify the news?
Well, and not only that, so Oklahoma, I did see it the other day. You know, they've got a lot of natives there, and this is a whole different subject, but it's definitely the natives, our Indians, are being taken and disappearing. And Oklahoma just passed a law. I saw it came across, I want to say, like Newsbreak the other day about a law for the Indians, and they used a different term, okay, and I don't remember what it was called. But bodies disappear down there, and they disappear everywhere, but more down there, it seems like. I'm going to stick to that. But yes, there is good people down there, too.
Well, we definitely, obviously, we need to get back on praying for the kids' return. So I'm going to include that really quick because, Father God, we want to step in and unite this Rock family and everyone in agreement. When they say when more than 2 come in agreement, that you'll answer these prayers. And our prayers are that we get these children back into their family and get them back to healing, and all these bad things that's happened to the victims' families, the victims' friends. I mean, there's so many people lives that's been upset in the last few days. We ask that they all get some calming and say some news that will just make them relax and forget about this type of trauma that's hit them and be able to move on and put something prosperous in their lives and stop all the negative conversations and fighting and bickering back and forth. Everybody needs to get along. Can we just have peace in this world, Father God? That's what we're asking for. Stop the little things. And most importantly, though, protect these children and all of our families and get all of our families reunited. It's what we want for Christmas, Father God. We want reunited with all of our strange family and all of our happy things come back to us, Father God. We know that you can answer this, Father God. We thank you for everything that you do, and we will get back to thanking you for everything that we forget to thank you for, because we know that if we don't thank you, it may not be there tomorrow. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you,
Thank
Father God.
Thank
Yeah,
you, always.
those kids need to be back, man. That tears me up worse than anything. I want to go talk to them kids. I want to give them a hug. Pray for them.
Right. You know what? I'm going to show you guys something, and the only reason I say that is because one of the subscribers is hitting me up on my phone, texting me. I have a house in Aurora, and have you guys seen that stuff about Aurora? Aurora's really gotten bad. I'm going to bring it up real quick. I want to show you guys this. This is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. So yes, it can happen anywhere, but about time to sell the Aurora houses is what I say. It's slowly gotten really bad. But check this out.
And we are tracking breaking news this morning. 14 people detained at the edge of Lowry Apartments in Aurora early this morning. So that complex, of course, drawing national attention in recent months. Thanks for being here at 8 o'clock. I'm Andrea Henderson.
Hey, guys, I'm Kirk Yonke. Police responding to reports of a home invasion, a stabbing, and a potential kidnapping. So let's get over to Fox 31's Courtney Fromm. She's out there live at the scene. I know, Courtney, you've been trying to talk with police, get some more information. Obviously, you can see the scene as it develops behind you, and quite the response. Do we know why a SWAT vehicle is there?
Yeah, good morning to you both. We are still working to get all those details. I have been in contact with Aurora Police, specifically on why the SWAT vehicle is here, and then on top of all of that, to see if there's any sort of connection potentially to the Venezuelan gang situation that we've been talking about over the last few months. It has made the national spotlight as well, but you can see this scene still here. The edge at Lowry Apartments, really, really busy. Several Aurora police cars, that SWAT vehicle right off there in the distance. We saw ATF, that's alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. They're also on scene, and it looks like Aurora Police's command unit as well. Now, just a few minutes ago, when we checked in with you guys, the fire department was here and an ambulance was also on scene. They have since left, but they still have that portion of the road blocked off. That's here on Dallas between 12th and 13th. But let me give you guys a little breakdown of what's going on, what we know so far from APD. They say 14 people have been detained after officers responded to a report of a home invasion with weapons right here at the edge at Lowry Apartments. This all happening just before 2:30 this morning. Aurora PD says an armed home invasion involving a stabbing and a kidnapping, that all unfolding here. Now, early into the investigation, it suggests several suspects entered an apartment occupied by two people. The suspects then moved the victims to another property within the building where they were threatened and bound. So definitely some scary stuff here. Now, an adult man we do know has non-life-threatening injuries following a stab wound during the situation. And then later into the morning, the suspects actually released the victims. And from there, they were able to call 911. But 14 people detained and currently being questioned by investigators, but clearly a really, really large scene here. And like I said, I have been talking to APD. They are expecting to come out here in the next few hours or so and potentially give us an interview or talk to us and give us some more information that's going on. What are you saying, Anthony? Okay, and it looks like, according to my photographer who's able to zoom in, I'm not able to see as far down as him. They just put somebody in the back of one of the patrol cars right down here. So something we're going to be following. I know Kirk and Andrew, we talked about this just a few minutes ago when we checked in with you guys. We don't know if all 14 people detained were involved in that home invasion or into that apartment and grabbed those victims. We don't know how many people are going to be potentially arrested or charged with all this whole situation, but definitely something we'll be following throughout the morning. But if you're coming in this area, it's kind of interesting that, you know, we've got all these police officers out here, the SWAT vehicle, but then there's families walking their kiddos with backpacks on and trying to get them to school, I imagine. Just a very, very active scene, and we'll keep you guys updated throughout the morning as more information becomes available. But for now, live, Aurora, Courtney from Fox 31.
Yeah, I just wanted to play something that wasn't Oklahoma. So back to you, Christopher. So those of you who watch the channel, you probably know, but Christopher, you have a son and you have a granddaughter who's 8, who you've never met, and they've reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
We pray
in
that
contact.
you are reunited with them too.
Yes, I'm praying for that too. Haven't stopped, and things are coming. God works in slow, mysterious ways, but things come about. We have to always have faith in that. And I got to say, if I had that mustard seed of faith when I was young and it would have grown and blossomed, I could imagine how good my life would be to this day. That's something that you need to get installed into your family young and early, and definitely. I'm getting ready to start a 40-day challenge where you log in all your prayers and actually, where say keep a log as to what it is and start seeing how much of the things that you pray for, they're answered, because I do a lot of praying but I don't ever keep track. And I'm going to start, a milestone. And we talked about it at my church, putting a blackboard up and writing them down, and you can cross them off each week as when they're. It's amazing the things that come to fruition, that we don't realize how good God's taking care of us. We just look at him as the things that don't go right. And first to say, why did this happen? I hope everybody out there's family has a real good Christmas, things going on. And like I say, I pray for all the families that were involved, because this sure ain't a way to go a week before Christmas and have all this trauma re-brought back up.
Right. And there's several that's missing people at the Christmas table this year. This gives me goosebumps.
Yes.
And it's not just these five's family, it's not just Veronica and Julian's family. A lot of people, a lot of things has happened this year, and definitely have to pray for them. This is going to be their first Christmas without a loved one. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard.
It is. Got to stick together.
A lot of people just Jane loves your voice, loves hearing you. And Austria says, absolutely, prayers. Amen, Christopher. Well said. Jane says, Granddad, you'll meet your grandchild, Christopher. I think that's a guarantee.
I'm sure praying for her. I'm pretty sure it's coming, but now we got a couple. Of course, we got a separation involved, and when will my son get permission to bring in? There's so many things that divorces and separations cause in kids' life that, don't get me wrong. We all look at it and go, oh, they're dealing with it. Well, that's 90% of people's stress and trouble is from family traumas way back that they didn't deal with. And we all just said, oh yeah, they were okay. Or, you're not okay. Got to talk about it. If somebody asks you to pray for them right then, because it could be the best news that you got. And definitely it's the communication line open between. God's there for us.
Absolutely. I don't know how close your son is to Clearwater, Florida, but me and Sarah is fixing to take my motorhome and follow her dad to Clearwater, Florida to get a plane. We might have to talk about that.
Yeah, I know my son's up in Jacksonville, top of the area, so it's not down too far into it, or it's not into it. It's all the way across.
So Christopher Bouchie wants to know, at Chris, is it okay to address you as Chris? Because I just feel some kind of way when I type out your screen name, and it's all complicated. I honestly don't know how else to say it. Do you have a problem with them addressing you as Chris?
No, Chris is actually what I should go by. I should say I do it. It's just the legal sophistication said I need to spell it out, so I did.
Listen, if you go watch Lawyer, or several places, I never type out everybody's complete name, because if they say High Rock, I can't even get through the list. So I cut them short all the time because it's easy to type. Well, definitely, I definitely want to make sure that everybody knows I'm going to go watch. I don't know if I'll be able to watch at 7:30, but I definitely am going to go watch. Go watch Carrie and Tara. They were there. It's better to hear it from somebody that was there. And I'm sure they will explain, the demeanor of people. And Carrie says she's definitely going to be going live at 7:30. And I don't know, she made a remark about not 30 minutes of technical difficulties. So whatever that meant, there you go.
Yeah, they had some troubles with the trying to get everything to quit echoing and get online, and it was pretty comical. But they handled it well, and then we say they covered it really well.
Well, what I
I'm
saw,
not
they
going
covered it really
to say
well.
that. I'm not going to say the other one that did the write out wasn't being more truthful, but they were being a little more respectable for the families and stuff in there.
Well,
and
right.
really
They become close with the family. So,
yeah, I wouldn't want to drag on some of that information either. I would, like I say, I would have loved to have been there so I could have experienced and seen these reactions for myself and not had to rely on somebody else. Because, by the end of the day, when he's the last one, he's getting rained over and everybody else is already, he's going, what is going on? But he didn't do anything. Oh, yeah. They all want to claim innocent.
right. So Dead Sea says
I'm
prayers.
glad they're all taking the death penalty off the table because there ain't none of them deserve the easy way out of this.
Right. Right.
Not a one of them.
Dead Sea says prayers for Wrangler and his little family. I hope his Christmas is filled with many miracles. I will tell you, he's called me crying. He really wants to get his children back. He did have a good Thanksgiving, but his in-laws treated him very well, and he felt comfortable, but he didn't feel whole. So it's a lot. We, again, for the 1,000th time, we don't talk about his mom. He might tell me his mom called, even though we agreed not to talk about his mom, but I know he's just voicing something, and I don't let it get to me because it is his mom. But he in no way agreed with what happened here. So, I mean, it is what it is. Somebody made a comment earlier about Tad's mom. I don't know what Tad's mom knows and what she don't know. What I do know is if that was my son and this happened, I don't know what I would think, honestly. I would be trying to protect him, but also the horrendous crimes that these people did. Even as a parent, I don't know how you get over it when it's your child that did it. So, wow. And then in Wrangler's defense, I know he feels a little more free. I know he was very much controlled because we had talked about that part of it, but it's still his mom, and I just can't talk to somebody about their mom.
Right.
And even throughout Tad's mom's stuff, I could have pressed it. It was definitely on the live, her pulling that gun on me, but also I'm going to take the higher road and think that maybe she didn't know any of it was going on. And
I'm sure she had to, defend that property how well she could, because I'm sure there was quite a thing going on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not her. And even in court, if you guys would have been in court, I meant everything I said. And I told her, if you would have said you were his mom, yeah, I'd have just took off. Like, I wasn't there to cause any trouble. And yeah, it was just kind of crazy. And I meant everything I said in court. So
I know in our county, they put out, and as soon as somebody is arrested, their houses are always broke into within 48 hours of.
Oh, yeah, because everybody knows you're in jail.
Yeah.
On the news.
Yeah.
And, well, it was kind of crazy because in court she said nobody's ever out there. Okay. But then also about 10 minutes later, she said that there was YouTubers all over the place running over the fences and stuff. It can't be both. Either nobody's ever out there or there's YouTubers everywhere. And I was my own attorney and questioned her on it, and she could not answer that question. So, but I'm with you. I do know. Well, for look at it. You watch football. How many football players' houses broken into while they're playing football? It's a big thing right now.
Yeah, it is.
Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce's house got broken into, and then last weekend it was
Joe Burrow.
Can't remember the guy's name, but while they're
Joe
playing
Burrow.
football. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, because then that's how they found out that he was split up with his girlfriend and had a new one living there because a different one had called in. So he's like, man, all kinds of stuff's coming out over this.
Right. So, Christopher, Jane says, I think Chris should be called Al Capone.
No. No Capone. I can tell you that, man, I'm still stuck on this invasion thing. I mean, I don't know what it is, but these cartels things are getting ready to get crazy. And man, we got to get Trump in there quickly. And I seen today they were fighting. I don't remember in the House or the Senate or whatever. By the way, he's trying to implement the mass deportation, and they're trying to fight all that. And man, I'm telling you, we don't get this back under control. This country's gone. I'm not too sure we haven't already let so many, just like that Aurora thing. That's people coming in, ganging up, and then taking over areas. And they're going to do that all over the U.S. if you can't get back people in there to support them.
Right. Deb C says, Christopher, you have Christ in your name.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do.
There was something else that was said here. Let's see here. Nana says, at Chris, thank you for coming up in chat to keep at Rock from having to talk to herself. As I've said before, Christopher, you know I love you. We talk away from here. And I do appreciate you coming up, telling us your stories, praying. We always love it when you pray. And I just think you're one hell of a guy. I love you. I think you're a great guy.
Well, I just wish I could say thank you for you pulling me out of my funk that I was in when all this started. I was in the middle of a major downfall, and I mean it had hit me so hard that I basically was curled up and not wanting to move out of the house. And your broadcast started getting me to thinking and things moving and actions happening, and this didn't have anything to do but putting my mind onto this case and being able to actually think about something that mattered to me anyway. I don't know that it mattered to everybody else, but that's why I dedicated. I mean, I promise you, if there'd been something about this case, I've watched it, I've read it, I've discovered it, I've looked it up. There's no details, and that particular job or task pulled me through my funk, got me out of living the way I was. I got my dog. She's my certified therapy dog now, and I get to live a normal life again. Now I just got to get back. I'm hoping to get into the prisons and start going in there and doing some ministry work and seeing what's going on. The school I used to run, they've actually opened up where they're taking nothing but prisoners out of it into rehabilitation and teaching them how to live right. And so I'm going to hopefully do a little recruiting there.
Well, good people make bad mistakes. They don't, not like this, but like drug charges and stuff. Sometimes you just got to let it go. I've always said good people make bad mistakes. It happens. That don't make them a bad person. So I'm not saying this in this case. Okay. These people are bad and they should pay. So I will say, so Girly Girl said at Rock, because she came and testified for me. At Rock, Dad's mom. She even said cars break down out there, but in the same breath says no one is ever out there. That's true. That did happen. Anyway, every creator does things different. I was never meant to be a YouTube creator. It just kind of happened. I'm not going to say I've always did everything correct, but I can promise you I've always did absolutely everything from the heart. Even if it was somebody coming in here getting sideways, I am the type that does get sideways back in person. So it's not something that I do behind a keyboard. I am a very strong-willed person, and I'll be honest with you, my husband, I drive because he's a professional driver. He drives.
Oh, sure. I bet if we talked to him, he'd say the same thing.
Oh, listen. Sometimes when people, they'll cut me off or do something, and my head goes after them, and he's like, stop the car right now. Yeah. And And this has really calmed me down a lot too, to where this guy the other day pulled right in front of me, slammed on his brakes, and flipped me off just because I have K9 all over my car. Like, okay. And I just blew him off. Whereas probably before I'm always having to do something here, with YouTube, because I like getting us all together. I like being here for you. That it's made me think different. And also, I've said this before, it never hit me like when Lori Sue did pull the gun on me. It really didn't affect me until I started thinking about everybody that was watching. If I'd have got shot, that would have been the last image you ever saw of me. And that to me broke my heart, that I put you guys in that position on that live. Of course, I didn't know she was going to pull a gun, but anyway, I should have just drove off. You know what I mean? So I kind of put myself in that position because I was going to get out and get her tag number, and I should have just drove off. So I have a little guilt there, So I'm trying to do better.
That's for sure. That's all you can do. Be better than you were the day before. And this world will get a lot better.
Yeah. We got a good group here, but I know you guys. Do we want to see if Channel 3 has anything new? We'll do that real quick, and make sure you guys tune in to Carrie at 7:30. They were in the courtroom. Hopefully, you're able to chat in the chat. I know quite a few of her mods are actually really good people. Bianca is actually over there too. So I know none of you is going to go crazy. If you're really concerned about this case, that's why you're still here, or you wouldn't even be here watching it. So with that said, make sure you go over there because you're going to get it from some. That's why a lot of you guys watch me, because I was boots on the ground. We know that's why you watched. So with that said, make sure you go over there and watch. I think it would be good for everybody to go watch that. People that was actually there knows exactly what was going on. And yes, girly girl, hindsight's 20/20 for sure. And all these people are putting in the chat what they're cooking for supper. And
I know, I've seen that too. Turnip greens, all kinds of stuff I've been reading.
I know, it's making me hungry. But guess what Rick's getting? He's getting bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches. That's what he's getting.
That's my favorite thing. One of my favorite meals.
His too.
You put it on toast, and I'm in heaven.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to make sure, Christopher, is there anything else that you need to talk about that's bothering you or anything like that? Now's your time.
No, I believe everything's going pretty good. It's on the upswing, and we got a church deal tonight at Bible study. Everybody's having a church meal. Everybody bringing a potluck, and going to have that at Bible study tonight. And hopefully we're going to start out with wishing in a good holidays for everybody. That's what we need, is something positive. And then, like I say, get this stuff stopped in this world. We're definitely worried.
So are you going to be on the rewatch on Carrie and Nims?
Yeah, I'll have to rewatch it. It's right what I have to do.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm going to go through that. And like I say, I'm sure hoping that we're not too late in stopping the things that they already let into this country. But that Aurora deal, I guarantee that's something like that.
Gang. I forgot what gang they called it, but it's a game from another country. And they've just taken over that area. And what's sad, guys, is our neighborhood's actually a really nice neighborhood, but even Denver Airport is actually in Aurora. But Aurora's gotten so bad. It's gotten horrible. It's gotten horrible. It's gotten horrible a lot of places, but we have let our borders down. And I agree with you. I can't wait for Trump to take office. Like, I am going to be watching that all day long. I can't wait.
Yeah.
But our border, and it's not the Hispanics. Listen, I learned something new too. Okay. If I've ever called you a Mexican, whoever you are, I have to apologize. My daughter jumped my ass and said, "You cannot say that. You say Hispanic or you say Asian." Okay. So the Hispanics is not what's coming across that border. These people are coming from Turkey, all over the place, and they're not good people that's coming across their border.
Yeah,
So
those countries
it's
just
not
dumping their
the border.
prisons out and sending them over here.
Well, not
I
only
think,
that, they're running from something, and they're running from something. It's something they did, and you would think that we would have learned a lot more from 9/11 than we have. And man, it just
No, we
really
didn't.
bothers me.
Yeah, me too.
Boo Sheet says, Chris, you're an amazing soul, in my opinion. And Deb C says, yes, he is, Boo.
I can tell you what, this particular world that we've allowed to infiltrate everywhere, I'm afraid that it's going to take us more than 4 years to get it back under control. I sure hope he's got a fast plan, and they need to stop trying to block it. I know that.
I think he's got a plan. I actually like Elon Musk too. So
yeah, I like the way he's going to go in there and cut all the spending that's irrational. That's the best policy I've heard started there is.
And that
You know
other
how
guy
many-
that's with him, that's from another country. What is it? What country is that guy from? Trying to think of his name. You can tell he's from another country, but damn it. When Trump started doing all this like really heavy right before the election, he always had Elon with him. They were all at the UFC fights. It was Elon and then the other guy and Kid Rock, but I can't remember that guy's name, but that guy's really smart too. He's got a lot of smart people around him. And that's
that's what he said. He learned the first time. He didn't know what he was doing. He knows this time, so you don't have to make them dumb mistakes again and see if he put the wrong person there. I like that border czar guy. Man, he's went down there. I've seen him a couple of times on Dr. Phil, and man, he's got a plan going.
You know, I was down there. This is crazy, and I think I even did a live when I was down there. But I went to Eagle Pass, and Dr. Phil actually came in and left in a helicopter to check out the area. The sad thing was that we saw going on down there was right where the National Guard was, literally a mile up the road, there was 30 people that had crossed. They were only doing that area where the governor was coming and all the governors from the other state. And man, Pete Sankello, he covers the border a lot. I'm not a fan of JLR, but he does cover the border a lot. And I'm telling you, a lot is going on, and it's sickening. Also, Lisa says here a generalized statement, and I have to say you are right. She says a generalized statement here that is quite true. Department of Children's and Families sucks pretty much everywhere. Many times they do the opposite of the best for the children or child or children, and I do agree with that.
Yeah, if they got you let their nose in, they're going to stick it where it doesn't belong.
Right. Boo Sheet says Argentina, Turkey, Mexico, so they're actually illegal immigrants. Yeah, and they were literally ripping up their passport before they came across the Rio Grande. And then they were given, JLR followed them. They were taken by church groups to a hotel, and 5 minutes later had a lot of money and left. And nobody accounted for them or nothing. Okay, Angel Baby says, who's talking about the case at 7? It's actually at 7:30, and Carrie Moody and Sarah was in the court today, and they are going to be live, and I will share the link for you. It's always better to get somebody that was actually in there and can tell you how people were reacting. Here is the link to that, but it's at 7:30. Okay. I want to make sure I get through all the chat, and some of these questions might be for you, but let's check it out. Rock, this is from Jane. Rock, Boo should be the bus cook. Okay, Boo, all you want to come to Burning Man, we need a cook. I agree. There you go. Ostrich had told Angel, Carrie Moody. Deb C says, Carrie Moody, true crime at Angel Baby. See, the mods are great. Let's Reunify Chris with his family and Wrangler with his children. A Christmas miracle. That would be awesome.
Yes, that would be.
That would be awesome. Robin H is just coming in. Hello, just getting here. Glad to have you. We are fixing to wind it down. Oh my gosh, it's been almost 5 hours.
Certainly not.
Betsy said, I heard a little tidbit from Trump on CPS and the children being taken away. Oof. Angel Baby says, thanks, Rock. You're welcome. Boo Sheet says, I watched JLR's live border footage. I also shared the lives with my local news, and they actually played it. You know, I'm not a fan of JLR because he sued the Oklahoma City bombings and other people. He's got a history of being in prison and doing nothing but lawsuits, Sandy Hook, all of them. But he does cover the border very well. But he is a weird duck. Come in. Come on, just come on in. He drives me crazy. But on the border, sometimes you got to go where somebody's at and covering it. So, and he does do good coverage on it. Deb C says CPS will be closed down and all the children will go back to parents and family that was taken away. I don't know, because they subcontract that shit out. I'm not a fan of that. St. Francis, I'm not a fan of, and that's who does Kansas, so not a fan. Bushi, at Rock, you say hours like I do, and I love it. Well, I'll be honest with you, it don't seem like it's been 5 hours, but it has been. Jane says, Rock, you're a sweetheart. You don't know me, but thank you, and you appreciate me. Thank you. All righty, Christopher, again, much love for you, brother. I love the chat. I love everybody here, and we are going to call it a day. We're going to call it a day. I do hope we will be going live again. I'm not going to leave you guys stranded. We will be going live again. I feel a lot better, and I know we're a family here. So with that said, I'm not leaving you. We're going to keep on this, but we can't continue to talk about this case when we're at a dead still. But we still will, when somebody brings something up, but we're not going to make up shit just to talk about it. That's what I'm going to say. We're not going to make up shit just to talk about it. So with that said, Christopher, you have a very nice evening at church. Enjoy yourself. You ever need anything, you got my personal number. Christopher here, when I was really sick, he even called Rick. And that meant a lot to me. It meant a lot to Rick. So I do appreciate you.
Had to find out what was going on. You had us all scared.
I was
way
really
too
sick.
long.
Yeah, I was really sick. It was bad. I'm still not completely done.
I still haven't heard a good clean report on Rick's health yet either. Is he?
Rick got a doctor's appointment. He went back to work after a week, but
yeah, well, we know that.
He literally just collapsed. I thought he was dead. We still haven't fixed the closet doors. Our closet doors are here, and he just fell back, and it was just horrible. But I got him. We've been married over 25 years. And he's never been to the doctor, and he's got a doctor's appointment in February. So that was as soon as I could get him in, and I'm going to make him go in. And now he's bitching at me. It's going to be the same thing that happened to your dad. He wasn't at a doctor in 45 years, and he went to the doctor and had cancer. And I said, oh, you got to think better than that. So that's where I'm at with that. Getting him to the doctor is going to be interesting. But he's not all right. I can tell. I can tell he's not feeling good, and he gets out of breath real easy. So just keep on it. Thank you for asking.
Everybody have a good Christmas.
There's no Rock without Rick, so
that's for sure.
You got to keep him
everyone
healthy.
have a good weekend. Have a good. I guess it's only Wednesday, but I'm
Only
thinking
Wednesday. We'll probably go live again. We'll see. I'm gonna try. Boo Sheet says, "Oh, Nana says she added Bella to my daily prayers. There you go." Boo Sheet says, "At Chris, I'm so glad you won your battle. Depression is as bad as having Rona, if not worse." Yes, depression. Listen, depression is bad, and anybody that says they never went through depression, they're not telling the truth. But sometimes, listen, I was in our basement, and I got in a bad funk over my granddaughter, and I finally had to get myself out of the basement. So I know what you're talking about. And I didn't realize what a bad funk I was in either. So at least here you can talk about it, and we can talk about other things. You do have family here. You do.
And my dog's name is Rainin, which I was going to name her Rain, and somehow it ended up getting switched to Rainin, which I don't know what the meaning of it is, but she answers good to Rain. So
there you go. Well, we all know I love Smith and Wesson. They're my family. Anybody does anything to my dog, I would have to hurt them. My dogs, they're family to us, and I think that's another thing that pulled you out of the funk is having your dog.
yes, she's wrestling with me right now.
Sometimes we need to, my brother-in-law retired from Boeing at 55. He's got that ear ringing, tinnitus, can't get it to stop, went into bad depression. He finally sent me a picture a couple weeks ago. He got a dog, and now all I see is pictures of this dog. So I hope, because I did some deep digging on tendinitis, and it said depression could cause tendinitis too. And so I'm hoping that'll help him. But yeah, our fur babies mean a lot to us, so we got to keep them healthy. Not only that, they can't take care of themselves, so it makes us worthy because we have to take care of them. And I know you're like, your dog's going to eat before you eat. That's how it goes. Got to take care of them fur babies before, because nobody else is going to take care of them. And nobody's going to love your personal fur baby like you do.
So. That's it.
Okay, guys, we're going to get out of here. And again, I shared the Discord for anybody that wants to go in there. I try not to leave the comments up. And the reason being is because the YouTube streets are not very nice. And I don't want any of you attacked or anybody tracking you down. So that's my reasoning for getting rid of the chat. And I will be getting rid of the chat after this too. So if anybody needs something shared, let me know and we'll share it. You can always hit me up in a community post too. So I don't have to be live for you to hit me up. Just go into my community post and comment, and it'll send me a whatever, where it lets you know, a message, an alert. Fur babies are custom made. Yes. Hearts from Jane. Love you, Rock. Love you all back. Discord is a question mark. Discord, we're going to start. We got really, listen, we got to be careful with Discord, but there is a lot of stuff that gets posted in there so that when we're not live, if they see something that's shared, we share it, right, Christopher? Christopher would like to have a family room, and we're going to do that again. We're just going to be very careful because we do not want the drama that happened last time. So, with that said,
there's a new warden taking care of it.
Christopher says, don't bring no shit, you won't have no shit. But you bring some shit, you're out.
Exactly.
And so, we all got to have good places to go. And I don't think you've ever messaged me and I didn't message right back. So.
We did when I was scared. I started out.
Oh, when I was sick, yeah. When I was sick, I wasn't even responding to my kids. So I was really sick.
Yeah, well.
That was a scary time in my life, and I don't think I'm through it yet either. So,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, we're going to get there. You guys all have a good evening.
Absolutely.
Talk to you later.
Have a
love
good night.
Y'all.
Much
Take
love,
care.
brother. Yeah, much love, brother. There's Discord. Take care. I'll explain Discord another day. Yeah, girly girl, I know you don't do Discord. I know a lot of people don't do Discord, but there it is if you do. Yes. I'm getting ready for work. I'll catch Discord next time. Yeah, we'll do it another time. Listen, I really don't go in there very much. If somebody posts something, I'll respond. The good thing about Discord, like with Christopher, he can go in the corner and actually call me. Or if he has something personal, he can hit me up and hit me up personally. Or if his phone gets disconnected at his apartments, they have free Wi-Fi, and he's able to reach me through the Discord app. So it's kind of hard to explain. Good night, Angel. Angel, I meant to respond to you in text message earlier. I'm sorry I didn't, but much love to you. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Be sure to go over to Carrie Moody at 7:30 if you want to see what happened today. I'm sure her and Kara took really good notes. Go check it out. Other than that, take care, guys. Much love. Thank you to the mods.